shit. How do I change this shit here? Info. Oh, that just hides. How do I change this shit? Oh. Oh me. I gotta change my shit. I can't see. Come on, fucking. Oh, it's not. No. What did I don't. Shit. Oh. It's so hot. It's charging? It's charging. Good, good, good. Okay, what's happening with this? We're just not working. Now it's working. Okay. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I definitely don't have this shit set up. Fuck. Wait. Boom. This one maybe. Let's see if that worked. I have sound. It's good. It's good. Very bueno. Don't have a lot of sound though. It's kind of quiet.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead. It is done.
Right.
Gun here.
Yeah, I don't care.
Keep that focus. More of that, and we're out of here.
Okay. What are you doing? We're gonna do that. And then I'm gonna do a little stinger. We'll just do that.
No peeking. Target down.
Revealing area. Gun here. Reloading.
Spike planted. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, my shit got stuck. I got him. I got him. I did it.
I will take back what is mine.
Watching this spot.
I don't want it. Can't make me. Wonder if people just aren't talking. I don't even know.
No peeking.
No. I have the spike. Sorry.
Revealing area.
I'm in danger.
No
Reloading.
peeking.
Stay in sight.
Shot fired.
Yeah. Help.
Deploying drone. Plant the spike.
Gary.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
You think you can kill me?
I got him. Mm-hmm.
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
They will never learn. Mm-mm. Maybe I can do away with that gun. Maybe I don't need it that bad.
Do you smell their panic?
I got the spike.
Got the spike. Got the spike. Oh, I was kind of loud. I'm
Enemy
sorry.
spotted A.
Kind of my
Spike
fault.
down A.
Yo.
Last player standing.
This is crazy. What the fuck? That's wild. I need the thing open. Yeah.
Ended.
Whoa. That was kind of wild.
30 seconds left.
Hawk out. One less.
Got him.
10 seconds left.
My
Forge
ult
us a
is
path,
ready.
Sky. I'll be right behind you.
Mm. Uh, um, I'm not broke. by.
Right here.
Enemy down. My ult is ready. Reloading.
I got the spike.
Fudge.
Defeated.
Better.
Our
Last
spike
player
carrier is dead.
standing.
Bruh,
down,
bruh,
B.
bruh, bruh.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. Right here.
Danger.
Face your fear! Last player standing.
I turned down a little bit. Why you barking, Mr. Bobby? Silly boy. Silly boy, Mr. Bobby.
Yous don't get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
Is my shit alive? What's going on here?
Find the weak point and break it.
Scanning ahead.
Seek them out.
Shit.
Cover going out.
Drop in a smoke.
Shadows traveling.
Found one.
Right here.
Time to hunt. There's another. Scout. Buried.
Fuck.
Down.
Hawk out.
That wasn't very good.
Out of charges. Shock dart.
Shot. Dart.
No peeking.
Revealing area. Caution here.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Shock dart.
Better.
Death is cold, friend.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will
Better.
follow.
He was just better. Can't make me. Can't make me. Can't make me. I won't do it. Oh, I'm scared.
Finished. Enemy spotted B. Feeling FAI.
It's time.
Right here.
It's time. My people need me.
not kill my allies!
Last player standing.
No, fucking suck. Freaking frick.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Hot. Freaking hot. Well, now I'm getting broke and shit. Oh, I almost fucked
Keep
them up.
Reloading.
What y'all doing?
Scanning
Drop
ahead.
in a smoke.
Drop.
No, I got them things.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Flawless.
Don't even matter. I don't need them.
Yesterday or something.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Reloading.
Let's fly.
No peeking.
I got the spike.
Here.
Enemy spotted B.
Here.
Neutralized.
Oh shit, we're
Spike planted.
doing it.
Face your fear! One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Gun here.
down.
Team Ace.
Oh, he was up here.
They died underneath our boots.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
I have money.
Good for you, mister.
Spike's here.
Don't give them ground.
Oh, shit.
Clean. Can't
Blinding.
planted. Your fault.
One enemy remaining.
Right here. Nice, Rana.
Just let them try to catch me.
Wait, I don't want it. I don't want it. How do I? Hitting 5. Whoopsie.
Come into the unknown.
Drop in a smoke. I got the spike. See ya.
Oh, scary. At least I remembered a button.
You dusty.
Back like I never left!
Like talk,
Is
Miles.
dead.
Spike down A.
Right here.
Spike.
Reloading.
Have one of these.
One enemy remaining.
Stay.
I have the spike.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Revealing area.
Dropping smokes.
Stealing sight.
No more to oppose us.
Last round before the switch.
Freaking.
Don't save anything.
Frick.
Last chance to use our stuff.
Right here.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Scanning ahead.
Seek them out.
Cover going out.
Found one.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
yeah! Monster on the
There's another.
Fuck.
Planted.
Take it out.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out.
Fuck.
Looks like I was the stronger one.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Look for my shadows. They will hide you.
Let us hunt. Hawk out.
Fuck.
Reloading.
Yo.
Heal up, squad.
Shot down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker. Are they asleep? Right here. That's a kill.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I feel something over there. Can't place it. Like us, but different.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
Pew pew.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us. I will be their nightmare.
Cooler down.
No peeking.
Spike planted.
My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Like I never left.
Gun here.
No peeking.
Team Ace.
Now this is a team. You see that? Reloading.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
One down.
Die. My ultimate is ready.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Need healing.
Spike spotted B. Going C.
Flawless.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan? You are divided!
Blinding. Shadows traveling. Silence. No.
One dead. My ult's ready.
Spike down A.
Found one.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Pretty done here.
Match point.
Oh, look. They're desperate.
I will rip the light from them.
Spike down A. Spike down A.
not kill my allies.
Enemy killed.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Defenders win.
Uh, okay.
Match found.
Frickin'.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
Come on. Oh no. Come on. As soon as I get in a game. Some bullshit. The fuck? No. Lame. Hooray! Oh, my sound. For real, for real. That's really something.
Match found.
They have no idea how heartless I am. This shit slow.
Are those our enemies? This won't take long.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
Oh, 120. Oh. There's still
Careful, my
3
body.
of them.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Careful here.
30 seconds left.
Still waiting.
Last player standing. Ten seconds left. Spike planted. Clutch.
Ooh. That was crazy.
Reyna, I must say how nice it is to work with you. It is so hard to find
Partners with you.
I need a drop. Cheers.
Who was the bad? I should
Stay safe. Multiple enemies B.
Here.
Multiple enemies B.
prick.
Spike planted.
enemy B.
Careful now.
Last player standing.
Whatever happens, sakin. Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
I need a drop.
Mine right now.
Rain is down. Bunch of guys A.
Hey, real quick. Making weird noise.
Spike planted.
Someone's A.
Take hold.
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
No one has money. I have lots of money.
Kick them out.
Pathetic.
Three showers.
Empty
Cutting their vision. Spike down A.
Someone's A.
No chance, bro.
One enemy remaining.
That's crazy.
I'll find you. You're blind with fear.
Homie, get him, Mike.
Careful here.
G. Hoo-hoo.
Time for them to live.
Scary stuff.
I'm gonna ult Jet if you want to like.
Marked one. Watch this.
Cutting their vision.
Give me those back. They're blind with fear. Enemy spotted B.
In sight. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Take hold.
I am not cleaning this up.
You see? They're flawed. Ordinary.
I done did forget who I done there was. Done
Anyone
there.
feeling generous? Teşekkürler.
No.
Thank you.
For you, hermanita.
Fire in the hole!
Still in sight.
Goodbye. Enemy A.
Cutting their vision.
Oh,
Spike down A.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Outrun me?
Reloading.
Reloading.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Careful here. There.
They are so dead.
Reloading.
Push them back. Nightmare takes them! Marked one. Here.
Reyna is 100 up.
Bye. Enemy B. Marked one.
I've got your trail. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
There you are.
fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
That was so very confusing.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Where are you?
We're gonna do it. Did I get any? Got one.
Cutting their
Bring
vision.
them down.
Okay, I'm stuck.
done.
Ooh.
Bring them down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
You see that? Tell me you call that.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Reloading.
Time to work.
Put down. My ultimate's ready.
Marked one.
Come on, let's go.
We found one.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Spiking attacker spawn.
Gun here.
We're gonna do the same thing. It's crazy. Freaking crazy.
One person.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Reloading.
Are they asleep? Enemy spotted B.
Careful now. Oh, you ain't coming back.
Spike down, B.
Reloading.
I know exactly where you are.
Yo, the shot is insane.
Trying to hide. We'll catch them.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining. Thirty seconds
Enemy
left.
Reloading.
Bring them down.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Waiting.
Teleport's ready.
Reloaded.
We.
No one
Reloading.
else could
Got
do
it.
this. My ult is ready. You didn't actually think that would work.
Reloading. Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go. Stay focused.
They are so dead.
The hunt begins.
Enemies A.
Fire in the hole!
You're blind with fear.
Enemy A.
Uh-oh.
Done.
Someone's A.
Fuck.
One enemy remaining.
Here. Well, and
Spike spotted A.
I'm doing the worst. That's
Last round in the half.
crazy.
Use everything you have.
Reloaded.
Gotta go do more.
Their fears betrayed them. Someone's B.
Uh-oh.
You need to suffer.
Spike down B.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
I didn't have the bullets. Oh, I'm so stupid. I should have realized. That's good though. I needed that.
Watch your eyes!
30 seconds left.
Where are you?
10 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Ready. There, take them!
Last player standing.
Dirty. Did 'em dirty.
My ult's ready. Oh, was that important?
Switching sides.
take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it. I think we should also bring the spike.
Need a drop.
Here.
No prisoners.
Here. Here.
Bring them down. Reloading. find you.
There.
Someone's B.
Oh, he got me.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Bought all my
I
equipment
have the
and
spike.
used nothing.
Last player standing.
55 breach.
Get him.
One enemy remaining.
One more. Oh no.
Race it to the spike sites. Reloading.
How did we forget the spike?
And
I'll hunt down Sky. Where are you?
Reloading. Reloading.
Still in sight.
Reloading.
Still in sight.
Lanky.
Last player standing.
wow, that's so lame.
One dream ends, another begins. Reloading.
Keep up. They're blind with fear.
Hmm.
Watch one. Enemy B.
Gotcha.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Wow, so embarrassing.
You man ready for a light show?
Reloading.
Okay.
Marked one.
Oh, that's kind of crazy.
Enemy spotted A. Teleport's gone.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh no! They got
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Do better.
One enemy remaining.
oh, they're
ready.
both there. Wow.
Did you see their faces? Sorry, I should not laugh.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah? Reload it.
Reloading.
Okay, we gotta really get the tap.
Found one.
Reloading.
Close your eyes.
Here.
Nightmare.
Hunt begins.
Mark one. Enemy spotted B.
They're super dead. Flash!
Oh shit. Wait, where?
Fire in the hole!
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
These guns we use. are
That was
okay, but
really
I will also bring
Anyone
more.
feeling
unfortunate.
generous? Reloading.
Jimber.
Does anyone have funds?
Thank you.
Anyone feeling generous?
Someone took the
Reloading.
bomb? Do they know?
Reloading.
They must not know. No way they took it willingly. Gimme. Whoa.
I'll find you. Marked one.
Bring them down.
There we go.
Feeling sight. Parasite.
Blocking sight.
There. Last player standing.
I didn't mean to mark. I meant to shoot.
I know exactly where you are.
You lose. Teleport's ready. Spike planted.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, last one, 30 health. Oh, he just had to hit him once. Crazy.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Reloading.
I can buy for you. My treat.
No, that's crazy. Don't do that.
I can buy for you. My treat.
Let's go!
I can buy for you, my treat.
No.
They are so dead.
Reloading.
Careful now.
Where are you?
Whoa.
Bring them down.
Plant the spike.
Okay. Sounds easy enough.
Spike down A.
It seems that no one really moved.
Dia, my ult's ready.
Take hold.
Got spike.
Spike.
Too fun! Going up. Someone up is here.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
You want me serious? You got it.
Reloading.
Reload him.
Does anyone have funds?
them down.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloaded.
Reloading.
Careful now.
I'll find you.
I'm on cap. Oh,
Enemy spotted B.
I'm ready.
Someone's here. Reloaded.
Backside wouldn't judge.
Spike carriers down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I have the
Hit.
spike.
Reloaded. Flash.
Spike planted.
Watch your eyes.
Where are you?
Sweet.
Reloading.
Match point.
One more win.
Match
I'm gonna get out for
point.
drinks, lads.
What are they thinking, eh?
Let's go. Enemy A.
Finished.
Enemy
Our
spotted
spike's
A.
down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
There.
Reloading.
I know exactly where you are.
Careful now.
Attackers win.
Weird.
Up next.
I did the worst. Go me, hooray. Dude drop 28. My bad, bro. Crazy. Do one more unrated and then maybe we'll try our luck. How many is it? It tells me somewhere, right? Nine wins. Yikes. um hmm. Maybe we'll just do one more. Don't tell me it fucking froze again, bro. I'm gonna scream. It is insanely hot, though, I will say. We'll see if this helps at all. That shit is very hot. The fan on full blast. See if this cools us down a little bit. It's probably gonna say to restart. Is it? Can I do? Where's my? Just do that real quick. I can't see. Startup. Riot is enabled. That one's enabled. So why this one can be disabled? Why is it? Why does it do the things that it does? Oh, I don't know why I even bothered. It's probably gonna make me reset. I made it, I swear. You making any progress here on my game or what? Bro, what is happening? Isn't there a thing to show desktop? No. Wow, this is going well. Yeah, you're kind of clever Q dodging. This beer. Nudge. It's not my fault. My shit keeps restarting. How they gonna blame me for that? They don't even know. So, now that I got on the game, is this really what I want to do? Split gate would be quick. Oh my god, these dogs. I was thinking Fort Nizzle, but I think I do not have it downloaded. Shit. Why the dogs gotta do that? I don't even, this isn't even, do I even have, that's not, it's not downloaded. It's not even in my downloads. I guess it would have popped up. This is probably a lost cause too. Of course. $62 gigs. Oh my god. Why do it be like that, dude? What about Frickin' frick. For real? Wait, what do you mean? Just open the fucking thing. Is it like anything? Oh my god. That didn't work. Where's Steam? My Steam. Garbage. Well, isn't that just great? Frickin' Come on. What in the fuck? Let's just see what happens. Will this work? I don't really care. How is this still down? Come on, Steam. Oh, it's loud. No. Can we... Uh, what does that mean? This is not really what I would like to do. But Steam is really leaving me no choice. Being all garbage and shit. How is this still down? Loads other shit. Just games, it just can't do it. The store, it's all messed up. Not fair. Frickin' frick. What about I wonder if I can download a game that's already in my library. I wonder if this is 40 gigs. Bro, who said these games can be so big? What about Epic Games? Epic. So epic. So very epic. Open file. Go away. Install. Do. Yikes. God damn, it's so slow. Guess I'll see, is this working yet? No, Steam, why? Okay, this is on the screen. That's good. With oh no, don't no, that's not really what I wanted to do at all. I already forgot what email it said. A 100 GB. Oh my god. Not doing it. 100 fucking gigs. That's crazy. Yeah, I really don't know what the fuck to play. I wish this shit would just work. Hmm. Hmm. So many options. Kinda leaning towards a little bit of driving. There's so much to set up. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I can't even like get other games. How is Steam just doing this? Hmm. Do I want to do? I quit it. I quit it. It's pretty difficult when I can't download games. City Skyline. Want something kind of chill. Just wish I had like a bigger screen or something. Oh, it's the manual. I see. I guess I'm gonna do some driving. I can't really do anything else. That's what we're gonna do. We'll put this on the screen. I think for now, do that. Been this. Not great. Mm. Ooh. Alright, I'm good with that. Good enough. Oh, sweet. That's kind of my way at the moment. I think that's pretty decent. Alright, I gotta change some stuff. Dashboard, edit. Um, hmm. Oh, I typed it on the wrong fucking computer. God damn it. Um, why did it change? That was weird. Um, I'm just gonna leave it. I can't decide. Okay, that was one. I can't just edit. Can I? What is it? Does this do? Oh, I bet this does everything. Um, shit, it was right there. Does that work? Nope. It did. This isn't what I want. See if I'm good to plug this in now. Please don't freeze. We're down $612,000 for the last 7 days. It's pretty good. I'm in the middle of a job, and we gonna get paid. So I just gotta go smoke, and then I'm gonna be ready. We'll just do this real quick. Really?
Been down the darkest roads, didn't think I could get out. Now I just walk on through. The ghosts
Okay.
are all around.
I will BRB.
I never look back. They start creeping in.
Oh my god.
Past. Don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. 'Cause I've heard it all before. And just look where I am now. We can break the cycle. Find our own way out. Was the light at the end of the tunnel? So I look at myself. The ghosts are all around. The ghosts are all around. I've been down the darkest roads. I know that it's true. So throw your dirt at me. I'll make it look brand new. They all know my name. Not an easy shot. Turn these tears into gold. They shine like what I've lost. Don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Don't tell me that I'm together, I can't run any faster. It will end before it starts. I'm up against a wall. How can it be growing taller? I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning in a vision. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Feel it in my veins. No drugs can do the same. Blood in the wind. Is this what we created? Where have we started? Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall, on the edge. Seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we
Okay.
fall, spinning faster.
Um, feel like we need something in the background. Nami. Mm-hmm. So like I just don't know what. Um be like um this is gonna be a challenging thing here. What about like not quite. Yeah. Maybe this will help. Something good maybe? 9 hours? What the fuck? Fuck. We're just gonna do this.
20 aeroplanes.
Where am I gonna put
In the
this?
North Atlantic Ocean, there exists an unofficial region shrouded in mystery that goes by the name of the Bermuda Triangle. The triangle itself is connected by sunny Miami in America, San Juan in Puerto Rico, and the island of Bermuda in the Sargasso Sea. It's an enormous stretch of ocean that encompasses over 1 million square miles. It is filled to the brim with tales, rumors, and stories from as early as the late 1400s. They all seem to recount confusing, unexplained, and dangerous phenomena experienced by the sailors and pilots navigating through the area. In fact, as many as 50 ships and 20 aeroplanes have reportedly disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, and pilots and sailors traversing the area have been plagued by compass and electronic malfunctions. They have seen strange lights and unexplainable visual phenomena, and some have even claimed to have traveled through some type of time anomaly or wormhole. Beyond that, violent weather events pop up from seemingly nowhere with very little warning, and lives of many traveling across the triangle have been claimed, with the waters becoming a graveyard for those brave
Alright, we'll
enough
see
to
what
explore
happens
it.
there.
How can you explain the
we
unexplainable?
got
Is
some
the lost
driving
city
to
of
do.
Atlantis, aliens, wormholes, Jeffrey Epstein? Let's find out in this week's episode of The Red Thread. Yes,
There
Red
it
Thread.
goes.
Yeah, Bermuda Triangle, boys. This is a big one. I used to think about
am
the
at
Bermuda Triangle a
dangerous
lot when I was growing
levels.
up. I thought it was going to be a way
I
bigger
should
deal.
not
than what it
operate a
was.
vehicle.
I was
Yeah.
like scared of the Bermuda Triangle growing up. Like that's an issue out there. That triangle is coming for me.
I was the same way.
Luckily,
'Cause Jimmy Neutron.
I
there was,
can't
I
get
think it was
hurt
a
in this
Jet
vehicle
special,
because
they
it's
have,
so
like, the
big.
Bermuda Triangle
Everyone else is
equivalent.
gonna get hurt.
That's when I learned about it. So I thought it was gonna be like really scary stuff. And when I looked into it a long
Let's
time
go.
ago, I was like, oh, this is super fucking lame.
I gotta see if
Yeah, it's very, very.
The three
game
things we
audio
learned
might be
as
too
a kid
loud.
that would be a much bigger problem as an adult were the Bermuda
So we'll
Triangle,
just see.
quicksand, and catching on fire spontaneously.
Wait, spontaneous combustion?
Yeah,
That was
stop, stop, drop, and roll. You know, like everyone's like, if
but
you're
that's
ever
not
on fire.
spontaneous. That's like if there's a house fire.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah,
loud.
yeah, but if you're in a house on
I kinda
fire,
like
that's not the time to like. The
I'm
way
just
it was
trying to
always
turn the
portrayed is
engine
like if you're
down.
ever just on fire for some reason and not within a fire, but on fire, stop, drop, and roll.
But that is the correct advice, right? Well,
yeah,
you've
you
never
smother
been
the
on fire.
flame.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so
But-
stop, dropping, and rolling is the correct. Okay, advice for anyone else out there that might not know: stop, drop, and roll. It saves lives potentially, unless you're in a house fire, in which case get out of the house first and then stop, drop, and roll, probably.
There you go.
Right?
That's the spirit. Well, I guess it depends on the level of house fire and the level of your fire, but yeah,
Go down
user
to,
discretion
like,
in that scenario.
Regardless, you're not going to be
maybe
stop, dropping, and
something.
rolling your way out of the Bermuda Triangle because it takes up a lot of the ocean and you can't roll in the ocean as well, obviously. So that won't protect you against the Bermuda Triangle. And as we just said, Bermuda Triangle, massive deal when we were growing up, all of us probably. Like, it's definitely like weaned off in terms of cultural relevance over the last maybe like decade or so, but I remember it being enormous when I was growing up.
That's from the
Like, it was stuff
tires,
that we used to
turn
talk
that
about and be like,
well.
whoa, something is actually going down in the Bermuda Triangle. Like, it was always such a fun source of mystery.
Well, that's cool.
Okay.
I just don't have the same experience. Like, I only really knew about it from Jimmy Neutron.
That's it?
He only knows about it from a single pop culture reference.
Yeah, we never really talked about it in school or anything.
Okay, well, then we definitely had different experiences.
Well, I guess my opinion of it was I thought that when I got older, it would be like, oh, the Bermuda Triangle is like this uncharted part of the sea that no one ever steps foot in. And then I realized it's like the most traveled part in the world, you know?
Yeah, it's a massive shipping corridor. And
yeah, so it's like
transit
oh,
route.
Okay, well, I guess it's not that spooky if everyone's just kind of disappointed.
My mental image of the Bermuda Triangle was growing up was like this stretch of ocean that permanently had thick clouds over it. No one would go in there and come out. It was like this entirely
it's like
mysterious,
middle of
unexplored.
nowhere. No one accidentally goes through there, but then it's like the most traveled route.
Yeah, it's just an ocean. Yeah,
every cruise ship in the world just like lives in it. Yeah, like
connected by 3 extremely popular locations in Puerto Rico and Miami. So like that entire area.
Ah, yes, Miami, truly the uncharted corner of the globe.
Yeah. But I think
Might have
maybe
been
the
too
difference,
much.
Charlie, is potentially, and this is like a real life experience for me. We had a theme park ride, a local theme park ride at our SeaWorld on the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, in the 90s and early 2000s, called the Bermuda Triangle ride, and it was like this flume ride set in a giant like active volcano. And it was really cool and also really scary for children. I was scared of it. There were like aliens inside when you went up there and they like jump scared you and shit like that.
It sounds
It's really fun, really cool.
Yeah, that sounds really nice.
That kind of that sparked that kind of like imagination in me about the Bermuda Triangle. I think that might have been the first like exposure to the Bermuda Triangle for me. And then I would go home and like read books about it and like be like amazed by this concept. Real quick though, this episode is brought to you by Babbel and ZocDoc. More from them later on in the episode. They can't wait to tell you more about the Bermuda Triangle. And we also have show notes below, a lot of research into just a lot of the events that transpired in the Bermuda Triangle. So if you want the best information about it, so you can plan your next holiday through it safely, head to the description below to check the sources and the show notes. A lot of good information in there. And we're also on Spotify and iTunes, and you can find links to those below as well. Ratings help us out a lot, as well as commenting and just watching in general. Share it with friends and stuff. It really does help, and it really means a lot. So the very first situation we could find pertaining to the Bermuda Triangle, a little known guy, you might have heard of him, Christopher Columbus.
What a
Ring any
guy.
bells, guys? Yeah.
He's that guy who gave us a day off from school, right? That was a big contribution.
Yeah. Well, not me. We don't observe Columbus Day over here, sadly.
What, do you guys have like James Cook Day or something?
No, we don't actually. I think we just have Australia Day, which is when we were officially founded.
That's lame.
Which is very
Super
controversial.
underwhelming. You guys should try and lobby for a Columbus Day.
Keep left.
Yeah. So, as a non-American, he was the guy that discovered.
Oh shit!
America.
What are we doing
Well, it's hard to discover a land
Keep
people
in
were
line.
already on.
We're
He
good.
discovered it for Europe.
Never mind.
effectively.
Right.
He was the first person sent by
Alright, I
a
need
European dynasty to be like, yes, there is land over here that no
not a
nation
good
in Europe
time.
has claimed to yet. So that was the significance.
through act of God, we have claimed.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
Oh, the people that are already there, you ask? Oh, don't worry, we'll give them these blankets, and that'll be a fair trade.
Yeah, they were a fun group of people. Christopher Columbus, deserves his day. So in 1492, Christopher Columbus, obviously a famous explorer and navigator, was on his first voyage to the New World. As we say, it's not really the New World. It was there previously, but it was a new world.
It was new to
It was a new world to Christopher Columbus. He had never seen it before. He sailed right through the area that is now known as the Bermuda Triangle. Insert like scary noises and like lightning sound effects there if you want. He wrote that he had seen a great flame of fire that crashed into the sea, followed by a strange light that glimmered in the distance weeks later. As he entered the area, he also noted really erratic compass readings, which is a recurring event in the triangle. Many people have those kinds of situations where they're like compass instruments malfunction unexpectedly, leading them to become very disorientated in the triangle. Spoiler alert, that has a logical, explanation that we'll get to eventually, but for now, suspend your disbelief. That shit was going wacky in the old compass department, and Christopher Columbus didn't know what he was looking at. The Great Flame of Fire, though, I'm not sure what that could be. Do you guys have any ideas there?
Maybe like the sun reflecting off the water.
But it was a flame of fire.
I don't know.
Taking corners at 120.
I'm sure the early Catholic Church thought it was like an angel of God descending to guide his way.
Okay, hit it. Let's go.
I'm sure they had some ridiculous.
They could rationalize it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was Gabriel going to lead the Great Conquest or whatever, something like that.
I actually think it could potentially be like a meteor crashing into the ocean. That's the only thing that I could think of that would like make sense.
Almost as illogical as the angel one there.
I know.
Okay, we gotta
it would
slow
be
down.
so unlikely. But this is Christopher Columbus. He's the fucking main character, dude. He discovered America.
Sadly, there were a bunch of dinosaurs in the New World, but as Christopher was arriving, the meteor wiped him out. Just missed him. Tragic.
I mean, what else could it be? There's like no planes that could crash.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's probably just something reflecting off the water that he thought was fire. Like, I don't think it was an actual fire pillar that rose from the ocean.
Well, that's how it was described.
Aurora Borealis.
I feel like he was surrounded. He was a nautical expert. He was on ships all the time. I'm sure he would know what the glint of the sun on the ocean looked like.
Maybe he was just like really groggy after waking up from a nap.
All right, it was all that smallpox that was getting to him. So also anecdotally, this is interesting. His first voyage was the only one that passed through the bulk of the triangle, with his second, third, and fourth voyages to the New World instead traveling along the interior of the Caribbean Sea. Was he too afraid to travel back through the triangle? Probably not. I think he probably just went the safer route.
No,
Hit him with the
I think you should say that he was afraid. Why was it safer, huh?
What a coward.
Because the Bermuda Triangle.
I don't know anything about boating or like sailing, especially not in the 1400s. But I would imagine the safest way to do that is along coastlines, right? Not over open ocean.
I would say the safest way to do it is to not sink. So, yes.
I would think the safest thing to do is take the shortest path there. So if it was along the coastline being shortest, maybe that, but I don't know.
Okay, well that doesn't work because the other voyages are longer because they went along the coastline.
He might just be bad at what he does. Maybe he just wasn't very good.
Or maybe those were the voyages where he actually discovered South America as well, and that's why they have Columbus Day down there, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, he was probably looking for different locations each time that he.
Yeah, that probably. He's an explorer that probably makes the most sense. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Columbus was like the first kind of written, documentation we could find based around the Bermuda Triangle. Stuff happening in the Bermuda Triangle. He didn't refer to it as the Bermuda Triangle at that point. He didn't know there was a triangle there. He didn't have the information that we now have. He just thought it was a weird area.
What
basically,
a fool!
And stuff happened.
Haplessly traveling to the triangle.
Absolute idiot. 1609, ship named Sea Venture was built. It was the flagship of a convoy that was built to voyage to Jamestown, Virginia to help revive the colony
I got
there.
my brights
Led
on
by
still,
Captain
my
Christopher
bad.
Newport, the ship had around 150 passengers and a crew aboard. It left port on June 2nd and was the largest fleet that England had sent across the Atlantic Ocean to the west at the time, consisting of 9 ships and around 600 passengers, livestock, and provisions. Many of the passengers on board were skilled workers, carpenters, fishermen, masons, volunteers who had
I
left
didn't
Europe
think
for the
this was
potential.
going to one lane.
Did you say fishman or did you say fisherman? It sounded like you said fishmen.
I definitely said fishmen. Too much One Piece, I guess, yeah. On July 24th, the fleet, merely days away from their
Crash,
final
who got
destination,
hit?
was hit by a massive hurricane.
Prove it.
The Sea Venture became separated from the group with waves over 30 feet bombarding the ship endlessly while torrential
You
winds
ain't
tore
got
at the sails.
nothing
The ship
on me.
understandably developed severe leaks and started taking on substantial water. The crew fought a losing battle against the rising water for 3 days until their motivation had been depleted, with one sailor saying that they were commending our sinful souls to
you,
God,
sir.
committing the ship to the mercy of the gale.
That's so fucking badass. That's such a badass like line to go out to if
Yeah.
that's gonna be your final line. What did he mean by sinful souls though? What were they doing on that boat?
Well, everyone was
I want
sinful.
to turn it
Everyone
up a
is
little.
sinful,
Like
so it was just one of those things they were being punished, and then he gave a salute.
They
as
were
the ship
right.
sank.
Speeding, I just
Yep,
slowed
good job.
down.
The
so
crew of
much.
the Sea Venture had accepted their fate, but by pure happenstance,
Lucky
they
you
drifted to
didn't
an
see me a
uninhabited
second
to an
ago.
inhabited island, Bermuda. It was rumored to be haunted, and a passenger on the ship, William Strachey, wrote that they had found it to be the dangerous and dreaded land. We found it to be, this is from William, we found it to be the
want it
dangerous and
to
dreaded land, or
sound
rather
like
the
we're
lands
in
of the
my
Bermuda,
truck.
whereof let me give your ladyship a brief description before I proceed to my narration. And
In the
that the
truck.
rather because they be so, it's like reading a fucking statement from a child.
You have to read it in a pirate voice, Charlie, or
Oh,
it doesn't
yeah.
work.
It's old English.
It's stupid English. It's like that clip from that kid who's like, "Have you ever wanted to?
Well, I'm
have you ever
tired
needed,
as
but you
fuck.
never, but you wanted, and you wanted to do it so bad you'd do
I
anything."
didn't
Put
even
the pirate accent on
know.
it. Do it.
And that the latter rather because they
Rewind.
be so
Oh.
terrible to all that ever touched on them, and such tempest, thunders, and other fearful objects are seen and heard about them, that they're called commonly the
Oh, I can
Devil
see.
Lands, and are feared and avoided of all sea travelers alive and
I
other
really don't
places
want
in
to
the world.
sleep in the middle of the
Pleased
day.
our merciful God to make
It's
even
6
this hideous
a.m.,
hated
that's the
place
whole day.
both the place of our safety and the means of our deliverance.
Yeah.
Did that not feel
Did I hit
better?
someone?
Tell me.
Yeah, I felt better.
I'm sorry.
Cool. Thank you. Okay.
I like how they spell their words though, like safety.
Yeah, they spell it like your
Yeah, that's
Australian
about-
slang.
Yeah, that's why I connect with it so much. We never grew out of that stage.
Well, I think this is technically getting close to like early modern English, but like Middle English, there was a lot of double L's. There weren't a lot of Y's. It was IEs, stuff like that. Like there a bunch of different conventions and spelling.
Yeah, the progression from Old English
Pause
to
real
like
quick.
modern
Wanna
day
get some
English is a
shoes
very
instead of my slippers.
lengthy kind of transition, and you
Or
see it in
maybe
a lot of
just
words that
nothing.
eventually, like you can see it in a lot of these
Let's
words,
see
like
how
safety
socks
spelled
feel.
SAFETIE. It's like, yeah, I can see where they're going with that. Eventually, they'll get there.
Yeah.
And it's
Old
really
Old
good.
English is like unreadable. Like
Yeah,
you
it's,
can't.
like,
It's closer to
completely
German
illegible.
than English. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think it has its roots in like Germanic or whatever.
Mhm.
Um,
gonna go
English
with
is a Germanic
shoes.
language. Yeah.
yeah,
Despite this, the crew fared well at Bermuda. Food was plentiful, and there were no dangerous animals that they had to worry about. They were able to fish, hunt, and collect water, and began to build houses and boats. This is, ironically enough, the complete opposite of the other ships that arrived at Jamestown sick. They had abandoned much of their supplies due to damage from the storms. The mortality rate was 80%, and they even resorted to cannibalism.
those are the people at Jamestown, by the way. And Jamestown is like the very first English
Mhm.
settlement in America, correct? I think.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. And so when the Brits sat down there and set up their little establishment at Jamestown, shit didn't go so well for them. 80% mortality rate. They had to have supply chains running back to like kind of repopulate it, and that's what this little
Banner.
trip was initially, and that fared pretty poorly as well.
In mid-1610, Captain Newport and fellow castaways hopped on boats that they had crafted out of Bermuda cedar and parts from the Sea Venture wreckage and set sail. When they came across Jamestown, they quickly realized that it was not worth saving.
Imagine like crashing on a deserted island, working for like 2 years to repair your boats to like set to the final destination. You show up and somehow they were worse than what they had come from. Like, you're like, oh fuck, I want to go back.
That's
to
also insane. Like, you're in Jamestown, like, well, at least rescue will be here soon, and then these guys show up on like reed boats and rafts. Like, don't worry, the cavalry's here.
Finally, help! They brought their Bermuda cedar. We can build our houses out of that.
They gathered those who had survived and ventured to Newfoundland, where they came across Thomas West, who went on to serve as the first governor of Virginia. He was able to bring a year's supply of food, meaning everyone then returned to Jamestown.
I like how that's written, actually, that they just came across Thomas West. He's just out of the woods, and he saved the day.
He was just an NPC that was wandering, and they just happened across his pathfinding.
Oh, hello there. I hear you're in need of
come
assistance.
save the day.
I have a year's worth of supplies, traveler.
Oh shit!
Like the excerpt written by Williams above, some of the crew wrote about their experience on the sea venture and all that occurred in the Bermuda Triangle. Williams, however, became quite popular in London's literary scene. The story is said to even influence William Shakespeare in his work, The Tempest. That would check out.
Yeah, so even early on,
I've got a lot of practice
the Bermuda
doing
Triangle
this,
was kind of impacting culture through Shakespearean tales such as The Tempest, and it's kind of obvious why these situations would go on to color the more like mysterious elements, because shipwrecks, like ship disappearances and stuff, happened very commonly in that area, and people were attracted to that idea of like danger and stuff in terms of like literary work and stuff like that. So pretty obvious why it would go on to kind of become it would proliferate in that kind of way.
So from there, we are on to Ellen Austin and the mysterious ghost ship. And this is when, so like, yeah, bad stuff was happening with sea travel through the Bermuda around that time. But all sea travel, bad things were happening with. It was, yeah, like, sure, it was a science, but it wasn't good science. People died a lot.
5%.
But in 1880, that's when kind of, humanity, or like at least the culture within the New World, is settled enough that people are beginning to kind of make stories out of stuff, recognize anomalies. So one of the first main cases of the Bermuda Triangle is in 1881, when Ellen Austin, or the Ellen Austin, a 210-foot-long ship, was heading towards New York from England. The voyage was helmed by the experienced Captain Griffin. Near the Bermuda Triangle, the ship came across another smaller vessel. Looking through a spyglass, Captain Griffin observed that the ship had no identifying flags and no crew. Understandably, he thought it was a trick by pirates and decided to steer clear of the ship. Pirates were like a super common problem during this time. So maybe pirates were like all hiding under the ship, or they had wrecked the ship and was using it as bait, waiting for, them to come. Either way, he wants to get out of there.
Pirates of the Caribbean is a true, honest-to-God story. Like,
it is.
Not really, but like it was obviously it took inspiration from the piracy problem in the Caribbean at the time. That was a legitimate thing, a legitimate concern for ships traveling through the area.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the spooky skeletons as well. They were there.
The spooky skeletons were there, and the curse of the Black Pearl is real, is what I was trying to say.
You best start believing in red threads, Miss Swan. You're in one.
There you go. I told you the pirate voice was fun.
It is.
No, I use that. During a lot of our esports watch parties, I use a lot of like stupid fucking lines from a bunch of movies, and one of them I always settle on is that fucking line from Barbossa.
It's such a good line.
It is such a good line.
That's a great line, and the line, "You're off the map, Jack. Here there be monsters." That's so good.
Yeah,
that's great.
Another one I do is
we named the monkey Jack.
Those are the first three. Like, sure, the first is the best one, but all three of those movies hold up.
Yeah, they do.
It was a good trilogy.
Fine. Yeah, they're good.
They hold up.
Everything after that is dog shit, though. I actually hate the movies after that.
Yep. Terrible.
Sure, absolutely. But the original three, good stuff.
Yeah. Was the third one the one with the
I'm
giant
really
like
picky
water
about
sinkhole?
this
Am I
shit.
remembering that correct?
Yes,
Was that
the finale they're fighting in the whirlpool. Yeah,
yeah. That was awesome.
it's good stuff.
This to be a
Anyway, the
little
real pirates.
louder.
But days later, the schooner was still just drifting listlessly close by. The captain, now sure that there was no possible way that the pirates were this dedicated to the gambit, decided to search the ship. They found no one, and the
Kissing of
logbook
the
was
air
missing.
brake.
There was, however, valuable mahogany wood on board that they claimed along with the ship itself. Griffin put some
gonna
of
try
this
that.
crew on some of his best crew on board to manage the ship, and the two sailed together until they were separated by a storm.
So they were the true pirates. They just
I
took
like
over the
that.
ship and took it for their own.
Well, if it's
Well,
been 3
here
days
the
and no
truck
one's
goes.
there, it's clear
No,
that
people
the crew
could come
abandoned
back.
ship
Maybe
or
they like
something.
they sailed a little sailboat away, and they were just gonna come back eventually and take it back. It's still theft.
Well, it wasn't anchored, so it'd be hard to find it again.
Yeah, it'd still be.
Look, you
hard
get
to
your
find it, yeah.
48-hour like decency period or whatever,
Finders
and then it's
keepers, yeah.
fair claim. Finders keepers, yeah. The Pirates Code. A few days passed, and Captain Griffin spotted the ship again. But as he inspected the ship from afar, he noticed that the crew that he had put on the ship were all completely gone. Oh, that's fun. He reluctantly placed another, now well-armed, crew on the ship. They were to stay side by side and ring bells to each other periodically.
He didn't give the
As
other
dark-
guys guns or anything to defend himself on the spooky pirate ship.
Well, I mean, how often on the sea do you need guns when you're right next to a ship
lot
that
at that
does
time.
have
We just
guns?
established that there were pirates around.
Okay, yeah, but you're right next to the command ship. It's like, okay, we're on our way back now. Like, you wouldn't think. And maybe they had like a flintlock on them or something, but now they're actually like, they have rifles, presumably, right?
Yeah.
Actually, this is 1881. Percussion cap revolvers would have been standard. I'm thinking older. They had like actual rifles, potentially.
No, he gave them wooden sticks. That was his idea of what
Maybe.
paddle boards.
As darkness fell that night, fog developed so thick the ships lost sight of each other. And then the bell stopped ringing. Griffin continued hoping to hear the reassuring sound of the other ship, but never came. In the morning, Ellen Austin was all alone.
Aww.
This story is an old one, and there are many discrepancies and variations in its telling. Brian Dunnings writes in his article, The Mystery of the Ellen Austin, that in the Lloyd of London, an insurance company dating back to the 1600s, insurance record that there were actually 0 casualties in the voyage of the Ellen Austin, and that everyone arrived in New York safely. Even though it is possible that they came across a derelict ship, there isn't any real recorded evidence in any contemporary or believable documents. Now, I'm going to ignore that fact because I think it's cooler if any crew put on the ship disappears.
Yeah, fuck the what was the insurance company's name? The Lloyd of London. They don't know what they're
Lloyd of
doing now.
London. Yeah.
They just want to protect their bottom line. They didn't want to pay out the insurance, probably.
There you go. Now you're thinking. Now you've got your red thread brain on. There you go. Yeah.
When should we ever trust insurance companies? That's like rule number 1 of Red Thread. Fuck insurance companies.
Rule number 1: don't trust insurance companies. Rule number 2: Jeffrey Epstein.
Connected to everything. He was on that ghost ship.
he was on the ghost ship, exactly.
He was smuggling that day. Yeah, I love this story. This is probably like my favorite story, even if it is a story, which I
so
fully
fun.
believe that it's real.
So fun.
I love the idea of like ghost ships and stuff.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
That's always a cool concept.
The idea of like every time you put a crew on there, they disappear. That's awesome.
Yeah, keep doing it. Let's see how many we can lose.
It's like it could be like a ghost thing or like an alternate reality thing. Like there's a lot you could do with that. That's a fun story.
Or they went insane and jumped overboard for some reason.
Yeah. Or like there's so many different ways you could take it. It's great.
Or there were pirates hiding in the floorboards maybe, and then they came out.
Yep. Oh, they're in the walls.
At the popo.
That's fun.
We're gonna take a quick moment to hear from our sponsors, and then we'll get right back to the
No.
next Bermuda Triangle event.
Who, to clarify, are not pirates. So.
No, they're good people.
I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor, ZocDog. Have you ever been at a family event
Oh, they didn't
or maybe
count
just
that. Let's
dinner
go.
with friends, and someone asks a really weird question you'd rather not answer? While that can be fine with social events, that is definitely not fine when it comes to healthcare. Because I'm sure you, or if not someone you know, has had a bad experience with the doctor. And if you don't feel comfortable enough with that person
Oh,
to ask the
shit.
questions you need to, you might not get taken care of. But Now, ZocDoc is here to help. ZocDoc allows you to find and book doctors who you will be comfortable with and will actually listen to you. That's because ZocDoc works as a catalog of tens of thousands of doctors that have been reviewed by patients for other patients. Think about it. How many of us go out to eat dinner or even go to just get a coffee from somewhere we know nothing about? I mean, if my wife and I are making reservations, we'll look at Google Maps and see how many stars the restaurant has. But when it comes to doctors, we just walk into a clinic and hope. Well, ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book appointments with them online. No need to make an appointment in person with a receptionist or over the phone. You can do all of that through
a person can do. I know I'm personally impressed whenever I hear someone that's like, you know,
in the U.S. Navy has ever experienced, and it took place in the Bermuda Triangle.
Killing it.
When the United States declared war on Germany, the USS Cyclops and other similar ships designed for moving coal fell under the reins of the Navy. On January 9, 1918, the USS Cyclops departed from Norfolk, Virginia en route to Rio de Janeiro to transport supplies between the ports in a fairly standard routine operation. The ship arrived at Brazil on the 28th of January, staying for 2 weeks to resupply and conduct maintenance. On the 15th of February, it departed with 309 people on board, heading to Bahia, Brazil, which was the only intended stop at the port before it arrived back in America at Baltimore. It arrived in Bahia and then departed on its final leg of the journey home on the 22nd of February. However, the ship made an unplanned stop in Barbados due to the water level being over the safety limit on the vessel, potentially due to overloading through the investigations in Rio determined that the ship had been loaded and secured properly. On March 3rd and after that point, they seemingly vanished. Those upon the ship were never seen again, their fates still unknown to this day.
I was killing.
Yeah, as far as I know, no records have been found or anything. They just completely disappeared. And it is the great, like the
whole I went
it's the
for
greatest
it.
non-combat loss of life in the U.S. Navy, and it took place in the Bermuda Triangle.
I
Boys.
really gotta
What does
get
it
my
mean?
shit fixed.
It
It's
means
like 85.
probably something with aliens and the occult.
85% damage. That's
Now
not
we
good.
got him, boys.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
About time.
Though, reading Jackson's propaganda, the most
You
obvious
alright,
answer
dog?
is that submarines of the Imperial German Navy,
shit.
known to operate in the West Indies, sunk the ship, but the German Navy denied any involvement or having ever seen the ship both during and after the war.
I trust them. I take their word for it. Why would they, like, I get after the war when we're kind of friends with Germany. Well, this was the World War I, so we weren't really friends after World War I.
We were not friends with them for a while.
One.
But yeah, why would you take their word for it during wartime? They're like,
Your
no, we didn't do that.
navigation, run
Honor.
out.
It's an honor thing.
Yeah.
Did you do it? And you say, no, I
We're
trust you.
going this way.
Reports indicate that a violent storm swept through the Virginia Capes area somewhat close to where the ship was meant to be traveling at the time, which could have contributed to an already precarious situation, such as the ship being overloaded or having engine trouble. An extensive naval investigation concluded, however, many theories have been advanced, but none that satisfactorily accounts
Add
for
a
her
little
disappearance.
thing there.
Yeah, so even the Navy was like aliens. It's got to be aliens.
This report was written before two of the Cyclops' sister ships,
Okay,
the Proteus
then the
and the
second
Nereus,
thing-
also vanished in the Bermuda Triangle
Is
less
there
than a
one?
year after their sale to the
remember
to
which
civilian operators during this time period.
Button
Yeah, it was around the same time, which that was like the disappearance of the Cyclops to me wasn't like too wild because, as we said, you know, ships crash often, not often, but they crash. You know, they crash
F2
sometimes.
is what I want.
So it's like entirely possible that they just, you know, crashed. But then two of its other ships also disappeared in the same area around the same time. That's
If I have a
strange to
bigger
me.
screen,
Both ships were transporting
I
heavy
can
loads of
do
ore similar to what the Cyclops held on its
just
final
the
trip.
right
Rear Admiral
mirror,
George
but
Van Doer suggested that the
I
loss of the
can't do it
Cyclops
with
could be due
just
to
the
structural
small
failure,
screen. I
as the
gotta
sister
do
ship suffered
both.
from issues where the I-beams that ran the length of the ship had deteriorated due to the corrosive nature of the cargo. It's an
Yeah,
interesting.
I can't remember what they were carrying.
Ore.
Acid? Just straight up
shit.
fats of acid. Well, no,
I
it
guess
wasn't
I could
coal. I
maybe
don't think.
ship the
It was something
fucking
other than.
truck.
Oh, it says it right here.
Yeah, ore.
Manganese ore. Yeah. I don't know what manganese ore is.
What am I even pulling? I don't even
Furthermore, in
remember.
2009, an expert from Lloyd's, yes, the same Lloyd's as the previous notable incident, investigated the loss. They concluded that the manganese ore, which was much denser than coal, had room to move within the holds even when fully secured, and that the other ore became a slurry when wet. As such, it was determined that the load could shift and cause the ship to list. Combined with the storms in that area at the time, it's possible that engine failure and the propensity to list due to the cargo created a situation that the Cyclops and her sisters could not escape from. Huh. So it's just entirely the cargo that fucked them?
Yeah, because all three of those ships were carrying the same kind of ore, and they were the same ships, so they had the same structural failings. Yeah, exactly. So that's the most likely situation. If it wasn't the German Navy,
bypass.
it wasn't aliens. Then it was. Well, we haven't ruled out aliens, so we don't know.
Are we coming
also
up
on
on
screen at the moment,
no,
and for audio
come on,
listeners at home, there's a picture on screen at the moment of the intended route, and you can see where they disappeared, and it is in the Bermuda Triangle for sure. Yeah, I mean that one's a pretty interesting one. But next we have Flight 19, which is our very first what is it called? Aeronautical? Is aeronautical space or is that sky?
I think that's space. Aerospace is space, right?
Yeah,
aeronautical is over water.
Yeah, I think it's got to be aeronautical.
Well then it's perfect. I meant what I said. Very first aeronautical situation with Flight 19. On the 5th of December 1945, a routine flight training exercise was being carried out by 5 TBM Avenger torpedo bombers named Flight 19.
Wait, hold on. Okay, it seems that in actuality, aeronautical is just anything to do with flying. It has nothing to do with water.
What the fuck is the nautical part of it?
So nautical, to my understanding, nautical means like adventure or voyage.
Moving around?
Okay.
Yeah. So like, that's why. But it also does mean water.
Nothing.
I don't know. Aeronautical just means planes. Okay, so it's correct either way. But
we'll tackle that in next
sure.
week's episode.
Sounds like I got fucking rubber boots on. I'm stomping around.
Yeah, so this was like a flight, a collection of planes flying together in a military operation or military training operation anyway. So they departed from U.S. Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's a place near Tampa, isn't it? Or is it on the other side?
Other side. Wait, is it?
Side?
No, Fort Myers is the one on the other side.
We're coming up on the thing. I can fix my truck.
I don't know, Charlie?
I have no idea.
Yeah, stop destroying it, though. That shit's expensive.
Don't you live in Florida?
I do. I just don't. No one goes to Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is like it's like a fucking ghost ship here.
It has to be on the Bermuda side. It has to be on the Bermuda side.
It is. It is on the. It's on the East Coast. Yes. It's not on the Gulf. It's on the East Coast. Yeah. Fort Myers is the one that's on the Gulf side. Yeah, that's right.
The Texas side, right?
Yeah.
They departed from U.S. Naval Air Station in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and were to execute navigation problem number 1, which is what they called the operation, which is a hilarious name, which was to fly east from the Florida coast and conduct bombing runs on the ocean. They weren't expecting any bad weather. Wait, maybe that's why fucking ships were going missing at the time. The U.S. military was just dropping bombs on it.
Hold on, they were conducting. This is after World War II, because the war ended.
I mean, it's very shortly after World War II.
April. Yeah, it ended in April. So what were they bombing?
Well, I mean, what do you mean?
Just the ocean.
It was a training exercise.
Yeah, they were just dropping.
Oh, it's a training exercise. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot that word. I'm like, wait, what are they? 8 months after the war, what are they attacking? Huh?
They would still be training a lot after World War. It's not like there was immediate peace.
Yeah. They were still training exercise. Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Peace soon.
Plus, we got to keep up the mysterious element of the Bermuda Triangle. Drop some bombs down there, crash some ships. Word gets out. The east coast of America becomes a very popular spot.
And also, hold on. But to save my credits, the war in Europe ended April. War in Japan ended in September. I know that. I'm not just for the audience who.
Japan's.
I need to keep some level of reputability. Continue.
Yeah. Okay, so they were flying east from the Florida coast, and they were conducting these bombing runs on fishermen. They weren't expecting any bad weather, and Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor was the flight leader. He was an experienced aviator with around 2,500 flying hours under his belt, as well as experience in World War II air combat. So he served in the military during the time of war, and he had experience in that. He was a very skilled pilot. I think that's pretty obvious. Everything was going as planned and the practice bombs were dropped without a hitch. As they began the second leg of their journey, Charles sent a message to the Fort Lauderdale flight tower saying, quote, "We cannot see land. We seem to be off course." End quote. The tower tried to establish where they were to no further response. Charles wasn't squawking back. After 10 minutes of silence, however, Charles was again able to communicate with the tower, quote, "We can't find west. Everything is wrong. We can't be sure of any direction. Everything looks strange, even the ocean." End quote, which is a very mysterious message to receive. After another 20 minutes of silence, the flight tower found out from intercepted transmissions that for some unknown reason, the flight leader turned his command over to another pilot. Then a hysteric voice sent a message, the last ever heard from Flight 19, which again was a collection of planes flying, in the same direction.
Right. And then go straight.
So, quote, "We can't tell where we are. Everything is... Can't make out anything. We think we may be about 225 miles northeast of base. It looks like we are entering white water. We're completely lost." What is white water? That's when the waves are like really fierce over like open ocean, right? Is that what white water is?
I've never heard that term. Oh, actually no. I've heard it from whitewater rafting.
Yeah, what does it mean in this? Looks like we are entering white water. I took that to mean like we're not coming back to base, we're somehow over the open ocean.
A stretch of water with a broken foamy surface, as in rapids.
Weird.
Light colored sea water, especially over shoals or shallows. This is funny because it's three guys who know nothing about like ocean stuff. Like, what do you think this means?
Well, I do know about how not to get lost. You go in one direction for a long time till something comes up. Bunch of fucking idiots.
Not true. Not true. As you're about to see, that is what led to their downfall, in fact.
Damn. Shit. I should have never listened to my command.
What do you think? They've got enough fuel to fly all the way to like Iceland?
Yeah, like if you just get like moderately lost, just like pick a direction and just keep going forever.
That works when you're not constrained by like fuel.
Yeah, just use like the infinite gas cheat code.
There you go. Those things have wings, they can glide.
Alright, it's gonna be expensive.
If you have like no navigational skills, that is the tip for if you're like lost in a national park or something, I assume. Because one of the worst things you can do is like walk around in circles, right?
Yeah. In the United States, aside from Yellowstone, there is nowhere in the country that you cannot walk for 40 miles and not hit a road.
Damn, wait, that's a fucking crazy tip.
Yes, I've heard that before. It may be 30. I'm pretty sure it's 40 miles, but yeah, you will hit a road 40 miles in every direction aside from Yellowstone.
Regardless, there's probably a lot of roads that are just as long and empty as the forests themselves, so you might not be.
I think that's
you might still be walking for a long time on the road.
Oh,
but at least you're on a road.
But there's some sign of civilization.
Yeah,
fucking broke
you're not
here
just
pretty
walking around in
soon.
circles in the woods.
Yeah.
Regardless, that doesn't help in the ocean anyway. You've got nothing to go on other than landmarks and your instruments, which were not working at this time, it seemed, because they talked about how we can't be sure of any direction, and they have mechanical compasses and stuff like that in the aircraft, which we've discovered the Bermuda Triangle does not cooperate with very well. Shocked into action though, 2 PBM Mariner flying boats were sent out on a rescue mission. They headed for the last known locations and checked in with the tower 10 minutes into their flight, and then nothing. They also vanished. These 2 PBM Mariner flying boats that were sent out to save the flight, they also vanished. An extensive search was carried out for days with the Coast Guard, Navy, and Navy aviation personnel. They searched 250,000 square miles in the Atlantic and Gulf waters, but they came up entirely empty. No wreckage was ever found. 27 lives were lost in total that day in Flight 19 and the rescue mission. An investigation was launched, but nothing conclusive was ever found. But we do have the 500-page investigations and from the Navy, and it returned the following observations. These aren't anything that like concretely determine what happened, but they're observations from the Navy. So bullet point number 1, flight leader Lieutenant Charles C. Taylor had mistakenly believed that the small islands he passed over were the Florida Keys. Where are they? They're at the bottom of Florida, right?
Yeah, they're off the bottom.
They're like the little islands.
They like tail off the very bottom of it. Yeah.
So he believed that he may have been over the Florida Keys, that his flight was over the Gulf of Mexico.
Damn, he's
And that
mad.
heading northeast would take them to Florida. However, he was off the,
Wait, I gotta
you know,
turn
he was
here.
west to Florida, so doing that meant that he was just
Fuck,
traveling
yeah.
northeast into open stretches of the ocean, which is why he was so
Damn,
confused.
cop got me
It was
all
determined that Taylor had passed
flustered.
over the Bahamas as scheduled, and he did in fact lead his flight to the northeast over the Atlantic Ocean. The report noted that some subordinate officers did likely
I
know
gotta-
their approximate position, as indicated by radio transmissions stating
Gotta
that
make
flying
sure
west
that
would result in
my
reaching the
shit's
mainland,
off
but
of
they
here.
couldn't determine where west was, which is awful.
Man,
how do
that's
I
a hard
remove?
spot to be in.
Yeah. The next
There we
bullet
go.
point, Taylor refused to change the radio training frequency to the search and rescue radio frequency. In parentheses, the training frequency was difficult to use because of interference from Cuban radio stations and also a radio carrier wave. So that's why they were having the radio issues, was because they were getting a lot of interference from other just, you know, noise across the network, across the frequency, and he for some reason didn't change to the search and rescue radio frequency. It wasn't determined why that was. Third point though that they made was Taylor was not at fault because the compasses stopped working, which is a very important element of
Yeah,
navigation.
it's not like he was like, nah, I feel like I should go this way. None of their navigation was working. He was making judgment calls. Yeah.
Yeah, in a very stressful situation where it was probably pretty hard to determine where you were, and your main form of navigation,
I need my
the
hobby.
instrument,
And
the
then
compass
exit
instrument, was
right.
not working.
Exit,
Yeah,
wait.
it was like
Oh,
a
okay.
very tough situation, and unfortunately,
Yeah, I guess
he made the
so.
wrong
Yeah, that
decision. But that
bad.
doesn't mean he's at fault.
Alright, I gotta squeeze in
And
here.
finally,
I'm
the loss
sorry.
of the PBM-5, so those rescue aircraft, was attributed to an explosion. So an entirely different
Oh,
situation, entirely just a
Man.
very bad day for the Navy. Just an awful
Yeah, the
situation.
rescue crew going to that same spot and also disappearing is terrifying.
Yeah.
Because it's
Oh,
two of them. Two of them went out, right?
Exactly. It was this
That's
initial
so
flight.
weird. Two different planes that go out, disappear in rescue for the one that already
Well, it was more than two
disappeared.
planes, right? Was
so
it?
Yeah, I think there were 5 planes in the initial formation, and then 2 planes were sent out after that. As
So a
rescue
total of
aircraft.
7 planes went missing all at once in this one
Yeah, I think so,
little
yeah.
exercise. That's so strange. What the heck?
27 lives were lost, just at 2 entirely different situations too, it sounds like.
You know how you know those stories about like the Japanese soldiers who stayed in like the forest of Guam for 20 years
Yeah,
or whatever?
yeah.
Keep
Do you
left.
think maybe there was like a German U-boat in the, next
Just
to
shooting them
Florida?
down.
Yeah, just like to the bitter end, holding out.
Well, it wasn't even that long after World War II. It was like 7 months.
It was a couple months. Well, it was a couple months since the war in Japan ended. The war
Yes.
in Europe ended in May, so it's been like 6 months since then.
Yep. So, as I said, Taylor likely became disorientated. I think that's the most obvious answer, thinking that he was over the Florida Keys when they were actually in the Bahamas. Due to this, Taylor's insistence on heading what he perceived as west, as pilots departing Fort Lauderdale were instructed to do in the case of disorientation, instead led them northwest, farther out to sea. Sorry, northeast, farther out to sea, and directly parallel to Florida. So they were just kind of going along the coastline of Florida almost. Beyond their fuel range. So the most likely situation or outcome of this was they ran out of fuel and eventually deplaned into the ocean. The PBM's
It's only
explosion,
10
on the other hand, was
PM? Oh,
likely due to
man.
its flexible fuel lines getting loose in
Got a
rough
long
conditions
night.
and leaking gasoline, which was
Oh,
a
that was a
mechanical
cop?
failure not
How much?
uncommon in the plane
Plus
type.
50?
So this was something that the Navy was
Y'all don't know nothing
aware
about
So
of.
they think
Speed.
both of them
Mm-mm.
exploded?
Yeah, I think the implication is one exploded, but they were both maybe in formation, and that caused the other to explode. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Possible, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless, that's what they believe the most likely explanation for that is. At 21:15, so what's that, like 9 p.m., 9:15 p.m. The
It's
tanker
11:15. No, wait, you're right. I'm stupid. You're right. It is 9:15. Yeah.
The tanker SS Gaines Mills reported that it had observed flames from an explosion at roughly its position, which is probably the PBM's explosion. So on screen right now I have a little picture showing the kind of transit route of the flight flight 19, that formation. So at the number 1 point, they leave Fort Lauderdale, drop bombs at the Shoals, which was B, then continue on heading on a heading of 091 for 67 nautical miles, and then number 2, they were to turn left on heading 346 and fly 67 nautical miles. And then number 3, which was what was meant to happen on this map, they were meant to turn left to heading 241 to end the exercise north of Fort Lauderdale, but instead, as you can see on the number 4 bullet point on the map, that's where they ended up. At 1750, radio triangulation established the position to within 50 nautical miles of this area, way northeast of their the intended position, I guess you could say. So very interesting, but I think human error.
Yeah,
probably.
Not the Bermuda Triangle.
Now, is this even inside of the Bermuda Triangle? Because isn't the Bermuda Triangle south off of Florida?
Yeah, this one seems a little too high for the Bermuda Triangle.
No, I think it cuts into it.
Maybe like the number 2 spot.
I don't know. I'm looking at the map right now. It does in the beginning. The 2 and the 3,
Yeah.
the 2 maybe, the 3 up to the 4 is out of it, I believe.
So I think the idea would be like when they crossed the Bermuda Triangle, they got hit with the stupid beam or whatever, and they got lost, and so it led to their demise.
That's what it was. That actually is true.
Yeah.
It killed navigation in the triangle, which is what led to them crashing outside of it.
Which I guess we could attribute to the Bermuda Triangle at the end of the day, because their compasses
the navigation went out in the triangle.
Yeah, exactly. So still Bermuda actually, this might be the most like actual Bermuda Triangle orientated casualty event so far, honestly.
2 days after Christmas, 1948, a DC-3 left for Miami from San Juan, Puerto Rico. The aircraft was given the okay to fly, even though it had known electrical problems within its system and nearly discharged batteries. The name of this plane, by the way, is the A. Douglas DST-144. It was holding 29 passengers and 3 crew members. The flight had to contact the San Juan Tower after takeoff to communicate an IFR, or Instrument Flight Rules, flight plan, but the tower heard nothing. It was seen that the aircraft was continuing at a cruising altitude, and the plane tried to contact Miami at 4:13 to relay that they were 50 miles south of Miami. This transmission was actually received by New Orleans, which is not in Florida. Fun fact.
I knew that.
And then sent to Miami. That was the last that was ever heard from the aircraft. Some think that the plane had gone past Florida and was heading over the Gulf of Mexico. Fuel would have exhausted, and with all electrical issues they were having, they may not have been able to contact anyone over the radio. The aircraft disappeared and nothing has ever been found. 2 bodies were discovered on the 4th of January 1949 to the south of Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and some news outlets reported that they were from the missing aircraft. This has never been confirmed. An investigation was opened up in regards to the aircraft's disappearance, but due to the plane simply vanishing and no wreckage being found and no real information being able to be gleaned from anything, they could not determine a probable cause for the loss of the aircraft.
Keep left.
It is really scary, the idea that planes can just disappear. Like, even in the modern age,
still
that
see that
Malaysian
to
flight,
this day.
yeah,
The Malaysian
that's so
Airlines
weird.
flight. Yeah, even with all of our like triangulate, like GPS.
Yeah, exactly. We would know, but still, it's possible that you can just vanish off the face of the earth.
Yeah, as long as you're in a plane. You can't do it when you're off the plane. The government's track you to an inch, but when you're on a plane, you may as well be in a different world, apparently.
You're in the clouds. can't be seen.
You're above the satellites at that point, I think. I think that's how that works.
Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that one. It's probably comes down to mechanical issues with the plane. They were pretty old plane, I think. Well, actually, during the 40s, probably not old, but still, regardless, I think they were having mechanical problems.
I need to sleep, but it'd be nice
from
to
the reports that I was reading.
get
But
through the
it
day a
is
little bit,
possible
or
that
get
they
to the
lost
day.
control of their instruments due to the Bermuda Triangle's spooky paranormal elements.
That's certainly possible.
Any thoughts, Charlie? What do you think?
To me, it just sounds like it was a navigational issue since their transmission wasn't received by the intended place. They may have just gone too far and just ran out of fuel, as suggested.
Wait, you talking about the last one?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The Douglas. Did you forget that part? Because their transmission was received by New Orleans, and then they think that it had gone over Florida, heading to the Gulf of
That's a
Mexico.
nice little
and
view
then
we got
were
here.
exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. I'm a bit confused how they ended up in Cuba though, the alleged bodies.
Yeah, I guess
Cuba's
it's
the
maybe
other
like
side
they
of Florida.
maybe like learning that they're so low on fuel just have them panicking and sending them in different directions. But I think like the whole thing was just a navigational problem and they just couldn't correct it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The Marine Sulphur Queen left Texas on the 2nd of February 1963 en route to
Oh,
Norfolk, Virginia.
I'm
It was
backing
carrying
right into something. Fuck.
That was a big one.
Yeah, Bermuda Triangle's got my sinuses firing.
Yeah, he's just thinking about all those lives lost. It's really getting to him.
It's a mechanical failure of his nose right there.
Yep.
It was carrying 15,000 tons of molten sulfur and 39 men. There were.
Sorry,
did it get so
sounds
angry?
like the ship carrying a super bomb
Oh, did I?
disappeared for some reason.
The aliens need that
15,000 tons.
material.
Yeah.
What does molten sulfur even mean?
Well,
Does that
we
mean
gotta
it
get
was
outta
like
here.
melted
That's
down
fucked
into
up.
like a bomb material? Like what?
I don't know.
Good on gas.
I guess you have to mix molten
Damage
sulfur around
wise, we're
sometimes.
good.
Suspicious
think
that
we're
the
ready.
super explosive
How
boat
we- nothing
seemingly
that way.
disappeared.
Fuck it.
Everywhere I look online, it looks like it's an
Send
active
it.
like lava. Like it's
Yeah, they're just transporting lava from local
Yeah.
volcanoes.
And they're wondering what happened to the ship. Where'd it go wrong?
There's no telling what went wrong.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, it was
continue.
called the Sulphur Queen. Surely it was built for that purpose.
You'd think.
You would hope.
There were no reports of
Some
bad
super
weather and there were
alien.
no distress signals ever sent, but the Marine Sulphur Queen sailed into the ocean and was never seen again. No wreckage was ever found. The whole incident
Yeah,
caused
because
a
it was
very...
fucking like vaporized. In
Yeah,
the explosion.
they got deatomized.
It's like Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen, just like
completely
waves his hand.
disappears.
Yeah.
The whole incident caused a very lengthy litigation between the owner of the ship and the families of those who were on board. Though it is linked to the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, an investigation found that the ship was not seaworthy and should have never set sail.
You don't say. The investigation found that you shouldn't transport lava via boat. Or at all.
Continue, I'm sorry.
The investigation came up with a few reasons the ship was unsafe. It suffered from corrosion, it had a ruptured steam coil in one of its tanks, inoperative automatic temperature gauges, and more.
What? You're transporting lava, you don't have working temperature gauges on the thing at least?
That was the way. When you said the investigation said there were a few reasons the ship was unsafe,
Yeah.
I imagined like the in port checking off, like there's not even in containers, just lava like going down the stairs of it, like all over. He's like, yeah, this checks out to me, y'all. Have a safe travel. No telling what goes wrong.
The disappearance took place in the Triangle, and this was actually the first victim attributed to the Triangle in a modern sense. Vincent Gaddis, the writer to popularize the term Bermuda Triangle, in his article for Argosy magazine in February 1964, mentioned the Marine Sulphur Queen as the first Triangle victim. He wrote barely a year after the ship sank, with a crew of 39, the tanker Marine Sulphur Queen began its
Speeding
final
is
voyage on the
60,
2nd of
I'm
February
cruising at
1963 from
50.
Beaumont, Texas, with cargo of molten sulfur. Its destination was Norfolk, Virginia, but it actually sailed into the unknown.
Right.
Yeah, so journalists
I'm getting
or
back
article
on the
writers were
highway.
already kind of concocting this mysterious element of the Bermuda Triangle. This is when it really became kind of like
On
popularized
some
in that
back
sense,
road.
this mysterious area of ocean, even though the disappearances weren't that uncommon in other areas of the ocean as well. They latched onto this one.
Gaddis
Sorry,
had no
buddy.
theory as to the sinking and ignored the many realistic explanations the Coast Guard cited
I'm
and
kinda
instead ran
excited
15
I get to
mini
go
writers after
fast.
him would continue. These stories played with
And then
my
exit right.
writers like Gaddis.
My writers. My writers, not my writers. Come on,
Right.
use logic. You know what it is.
Right.
Well, no, that just didn't make. Okay, whatever. These stories played with my writers with
Saved
Gaddis
it.
are what led to the proliferation of the Bermuda Triangle as a mysterious and terrifying area in culture.
Yo, our shit is leaning. I'm
just
going
so people know what happened there.
20.
There was a typo in the document. It said
See
played
this
with
shit
my riders like
leaning?
Gaddis. Charlie literally is like the Anchorman meme where Ron Burgundy just reads the fucking transcript directly.
So this is in 1967. Dan Burak was cruising through the waterways of the Miami harbor with Father Patrick Horgan. They were in his cabin cruiser named Witchcraft and were out to look at Christmas lights. At 9 p.m. that night, Dan sent out a call for assistance. He was apparently very calm and explained that he had hit something below, but it wasn't an emergency. They needed a tow back. Dan probably thought that the damage had been done to the propeller or the rudder, and minutes later, someone was on the way to assist. And at 9:19 p.m., they were at the Witchcraft's location, but it was completely gone. A flare was meant to be set off by Dan to give their exact location, but it was never set off. They escalated a search for the missing boat, but nothing was found. The rescue boat was just minutes away from Witchcraft, but there was nothing, no clues or anything left behind. The boat was meant to be unsinkable, but I don't know, like how? How is something supposed to be unsinkable? Everything can fucking sink.
Aren't all boats meant to be unsinkable?
Yeah,
Like, that's their
exactly.
entire purpose.
And whatever,
As opposed to the popular sinkable line of ships.
whatever happened
to
would have been
adjust
extremely
this a little
swift.
bit.
While many think that they could have fallen victim to paranormal circumstances, really the damage to the ship may have been much worse than initially thought. I mean, yeah, for sure, that's exactly what it was.
No, the boat was called Witchcraft.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I don't know. There was probably still a lot of molten sulfur there.
Yeah, left over from the Marine Sulfur Queen.
Yeah.
Just eating away at the surface of the water.
Yeah, they hit a lava area. The lava area.
There's
of the
just
Bermuda
lava
Triangle.
setting on top of the ocean. It's like there's no telling what happened.
Why were they transporting
fuck.
lava?
I don't think it's actually. I think
Freaking
the video,
lava.
the pictures you see is like in the process of making it. Afterwards, it becomes.
Why
like
are we
a
making
powder,
lava?
is my understanding.
Don't go
Well,
fast.
because it becomes a powder and you can use
Yeah.
it in like chemicals and
Speeding?
stuff.
You don't even.
But it's funnier to imagine it
Better
as
not follow
lava
me, that's for
on
damn
the
sure.
ship.
That's how I want to imagine it.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
And then turn left.
I don't know much about lava. Alright, so the next one
We hit
is
90
the El
something,
Faro,
that's
and this is the
decent.
most
50,
recent
we'll take that.
situation.
In October of 2015, an American cargo ship, the El Faro, sailed into a Category 3
Hard to slow
hurricane.
this fucking thing down.
Smart decision.
Get going like that.
Yeah. What could have gone
It
wrong?
do be kinda
Near
hard,
the
dude.
Bahama Island,
Oh.
where Hurricane Joaquin was said to be the worst to ever hit the Bahamas. 33 people were on the ship when it succumbed to the weather. The captain of the ship, Michael Davidson, was reported to be a stickler for safety. What ensued ended up being the worst U.S. maritime disaster in 3 decades.
I love the continuation of that sentence. This guy was a stickler for safety. What ensued was the worst U.S. maritime
Worst.
disaster in 3 decades.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's sad, yeah. Before anything could happen, the captain made a call to John Lawrence, the safety and operations manager for the owner of the cargo ship company, Tote. He did not sound stressed, and the call was less than a minute long. He simply said that they had a navigational incident, a scuttle popped open on 2 deck, and they were having some free communication of water go down the 3 hold.
No clue what any of that meant. I don't know what a scuttle is.
I think I've heard this call before. He's basically saying that they had something pop open and there was some water working its way into the bottom of the ship. So they're going to try to get that fixed, but basically something opened up and they're taking on a small amount of water right now. Not something
down in the 3 hole.
impossible to happen. Yeah. He assured that everyone was okay, but he wanted to check in and let them know what was happening. This was at 7 a.m. 1 minute later, he called the Tote Emergency Center. He was less calm and declared a marine emergency.
It's crazy how quickly things can change in those kinds of
60
situations from
seconds.
minute to minute. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes from a like standard procedure to
We're
emergency.
trained.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, we're sinking, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at shipwrecks like the what was that? The Costa Concordia.
Yeah.
Like that went from like, oh, we don't know how bad it is to everyone off the ship immediately in like 20 seconds. You know.
Well, wait, the Costa Concordia, wasn't it like
Going for it. Oh
they
shit!
were
This is
they had
not
a
the
lot
corner
of time to
I
actually
was-
declare the emergency, but the fucking captain and
I'm
stuff.
saying the initial
didn't look at the
like
map.
visualization of the injury to the boat. Like it
Sometimes you
went
just gotta
from
go
the
for
crew
it.
realizing how serious it was. then the crew took like 30 minutes to actually tell people to get off because they didn't want to. They mishandled it. They should have realized in 20 seconds how serious it was, but they didn't. Yeah. When he was on the call to the emergency line, he asked if they were connecting him to a qualified individual, and the people on the other end said they were, but needed to confirm details. They asked him to spell the ship's name, and stressed, he said, "Oh man, the clock is ticking. Can I please speak to a QI? El Faro. Echo, Lima, Space, Foxtrot, Alpha, Romero, Oscar, El Faro."
Was he fucking routed through like a call center or something?
Yeah, why would they give him like a quiz?
Jesus Christ! Imagine how fucking
he's calling the emergency center. Why are they like, can you spell it?
Probably a prank call.
He was getting more and more agitated as it was taking longer to get a qualified individual. He said they had lost the main propulsion unit and the engineers were not keeping it going. When he got through to Lawrence, he seemed calm, but gave the heads up that he might push the electronic distress signal. Lawrence tried to give as much information as possible to help on their predicament. Information like the swell, the winds, poor visibility, but it wasn't much. "Do your thing, Captain," he ended the call with. The reply, "We're in survival mode now." Those were the last words heard from El Faro.
Jesus Christ. Do your thing, Captain. That's the best Lawrence had for the fucking situation.
Oh, good luck out there. Hope it goes well, yeah.
Oh my god.
Lawrence tried to call back around 7:45, but couldn't reach the ship. Little did he know, it had already sunk. As time slowly passed, panic started to rise. Search and rescues went out, but on the 5th day of search and rescue, it was officially announced El Faro had likely sunk. Even as they continued to search for possible survivors, all that turned up was oil slicks, empty immersion suits, 3 life rings, and 20 miles of floating dolls from a burst container.
Creepy.
Dolls?
Yeah.
Well,
The ship had dolls on it?
Yeah, they had like normal passengers on board.
How big was the El Faro?
Wait.
Right?
It's a cargo ship, yeah.
It's cargo
Yeah,
ship. 33 people were on board, yeah.
I guess a couple of them could have dolls, I suppose.
No, it says there's 20 miles of floating dolls from a burst container. That's a bit more than just like a travel accompaniment.
That's true. That is a lot of dolls.
That's a lot of dolls. The El Faro must have been transporting dolls.
Yeah, it had to be one of the shipping containers was like a doll.
Full of dolls.
Yeah, okay.
Or it's a spelling mistake and I don't remember what the actual word is.
I don't know what it would even rolls 20 miles of I don't know, yeah.
Let's go with does.
Of does. It was like deer. 20 miles of floating does, yeah. Investigations immediately began. The ship was found upright on a sandy pit more than 15,000 feet below the surface, man.
That's a long
They managed
way.
to retrieve, we have no business being in the ocean. They managed to retrieve the recorder, which contained the final 26 hours of conversation among many of the crew on board, and a 496-page manuscript was created. In an interview with Coast Guard Captain Jason Nauber, he talked about how, on the tape, there were many conversations between the crew concerned with the hurricane and severe weather that they were heading into, but the captain was confident they can make it through with minimal disturbance. He also said that even though El Faro was an older ship, it appeared that the true severity of the hurricane was the reason that the ship went down.
Yeah, so I think they underestimated the hurricane, and that's what did them in.
Especially big ships like this, like they go through storms all the time. They have to, right? This is the way supply lines work. So it's not uncommon to see a storm and be like, oh, that'll be fine, we can push through it. But it seemed to just be more than they thought.
Hurricanes are probably different. That's something that probably does prevent ships from traveling through them, I would have to imagine, right?
At least to this degree, yeah.
Yeah.
So then, did this cargo ship not have any like escape rafts or anything? Because it seems like he knew that it was dire. And it seems like he had time. Did they not try and get away?
Well, what are you gonna do in an escape raft, right? Because now you're just in a smaller boat in a hurricane.
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those things where it's like it gives you a chance as opposed to just going down.
Well, it's entirely possible that they did try that. We don't know.
That's true.
They could have entered those rafts and immediately sunk as well. Like,
that is very possible.
Sadly, there was no way out of that situation. And then so the next thing, we're pretty much done on the events like the notable events that we wanted to talk about for this episode of things that happened, tumultuous events that happened in the Bermuda Triangle. But let's talk about what the Bermuda Triangle became due to, like, you know, authors writing stuff and people just proliferating their more mysterious ideas. So the earliest case of people referring to the area as both a triangle and the Bermuda Triangle are in the 1950s, so that's when it was kind of popularized. The Associated Press article titled, quote, or this is the name, "The Case of the Vanishing Ships" in September 1950 referred to the area as a triangle where ships and planes had disappeared. Another example can be found in a 1952 article in Fate magazine titled "Sea Mystery at Our Back Door," written by George X. Sand. In that article, the term Bermuda Triangle is used to describe the area, though it's unsure for sure if this is the first time it was used. It's just the earliest kind of example of when I could find it used, so it's probably around that time. We're completely unsure if that's actually the first time it was used. It was previously, like, I had read that earlier explorers had called it the Devil's Triangle or something similar to that, so the Bermuda Triangle could be a, you know, a continuation of that theme. In 1973, 10 years after the Marine Sulphur Queen crashed and Vincent Gaddis, that journalist from before, that writer from before, popularized the term, a book titled The Bermuda Triangle, The Great Unsolved Mystery of Our Time was published. Written by Charles Berlitz, the book explores the theories surrounding the mysterious area. This book added fuel to the fire around all of the more bizarre theories about the Bermuda Triangle, bringing to the masses stories and thoughts about UFOs, space-time warps, and how the area may be connected to Atlantis. This book has come under a lot of criticism for how it pushes the more strange theories surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Many call it outdated, and due to how many copies it sold and how popular it became, it thrust the Bermuda Triangle into the height of its popularity with conspiracy theorists. So this is really the book that kind of like pushed it beyond just, hey, this is a weird place where ships sometimes crash. Like, this is what we're calling the area where all these ship disasters kind of happened, to like this notion that this place is fucking weird. You know, there's aliens, there's Atlantis, this place is wild. So this book really kind of, you know, created that image for the Bermuda Triangle, and that was in 1973. And fun fact, what's it called? SeaWorld's Bermuda Triangle ride opened up in like 1980, I think. So we were on the forefront of the Bermuda Triangle explosion.
Coincidence?
You guys.
Coincidence?
Yeah, we jumped on that bandwagon real quick. So now we're getting into the more weird and wacky elements of the Bermuda Triangle with
the
that
more
kind
believable
of segue.
elements.
Yeah, the more
there
believable
you go.
elements. Absolutely. So Charlie,
this is this is about the aliens, of course. Many believe that the Bermuda Triangle is a hotspot for paranormal activity, even going back to the strange light that Christopher Columbus saw. Was that potentially a UFO? Then Jackson dropped a YouTube link about a UFO that flies over Miami and shocking footage.
1,000, bro.
That's the title. I didn't give it that. That's the title of the video.
Okay.
Do you want to watch? Let's just watch it real quick. That looks like a UFO to me, guys.
Let's get going.
Why are you filming the coastline? Film the UFO. What are you doing?
She's showing how no one else is seeing this.
Oh, what? There's more of them.
Whoa.
What is that?
That's some shocking footage is what that is.
I am shocked.
That's crazy.
Yeah, if we can't show this footage due to History Channel being pricks, it's linked below. You'll be able to find it in the show document. Go check it out.
The best part about it is he immediately becomes a YouTube vlogger because he's like, wow, anyway, I'm in Miami, got my crib here, got my boys, we in the city.
Oh, they kind of like disperse into different directions at the end there. Interesting.
It's irrefutable.
Looks convincing to me, so.
It didn't seem, was that over the Bermuda Triangle though? Because it was like the coastline.
Miami's right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
counts.
Yeah, okay, if that counts, fine.
In this video uploaded by History, the proof is out there, Bermuda Triangle edition. There's a featured clip from June 2020 in Miami. Video shows strange light being filmed in the sky. When zoomed in, it's a cluster of 6 lights, with one brighter than the rest. Then the lights spread apart as 5 zoom off into space at warp speed.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
In 2018, a user on Google Maps reported that he found a UFO sighting in the Big Cypress National Preserve, Florida, just around the Bermuda Triangle area. However, many suggest that this could be a butterfly, half cut off by the camera due to being moving and the way Google Maps Street View is shot. Here's a close-up. I don't know what people are smoking. This is clearly a UFO using some sort of phase-shifting technology. or perhaps some
It's
advanced
not what I
form
thought
of
it was gonna be.
Lepidoptera cloaking mechanism.
The interior, like I don't.
Yep.
Something sounds
it speaks for
fucking
itself,
weird.
guys. It's clearly a UFO.
This is a UFO.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're so devilish to appear as butterflies now. One of our most sacred creatures.
I hope it's
what
that.
devils
I don't
they
know what
are.
else
You can
it'd
tell
be.
it's a UFO by the alien little antenna hanging out off of the front.
That's true.
Alien communication.
Kissing.
I
Like, I
mean,
feel like that
when
shouldn't
those
be.
guys get here, I can't wait to
like,
shoot them. I'm so excited to
that
shoot an
noise
alien.
is so
this is
weird.
what they
Why would
get
you do
using butterflies against us. Absolutely
That
not.
is-
Not happening.
That is disgusting.
Shameful acts from the
They
aliens.
think they'll get by with that. They've got another thing coming.
They're in for a rude awakening, Buster.
So for audio listeners, though, it's literally a butterfly. Like, you know how like Google, what are they called? Google Maps cars, kind of like. If you like pan forward a lot of the stuff is cut off because of the shutter speed of the cameras and stuff, and the movement of the cars. So it's
Not
literally
gonna
just a
stop for that,
butterfly
no
cut in
chance.
half from the shutter. Like
Try
it's
the
just
next
half of
one,
a
but-
butterfly. Very obvious from the pattern of the wings, but
Wish it would give me a little heads
also
up.
pretty obvious that it's a UFO.
Red light
In
ahead.
2018, a
beep,
treasure
beep.
hunter who was exploring the depth of the Bermuda Triangle claims that he found wreckage of an alien spaceship. Daryl Miklos came across a strange spaceship that had
Turn
bizarre
left? Oh,
protrusions.
shit.
The wreck was found near the Bahamas within the region of the Bermuda Triangle. Daryl says that he used a secret map that was made by a friend of his that used to be a NASA astronaut, Gordon Cooper, to look for shipwrecks.
Why was a NASA astronaut making pirate maps?
Yeah, I don't know. He's making treasure maps and shit.
Maybe it's because he's up in the ISS, so he can see all the wrecks from up there, and so he was like coursing it on a map for when he got back to Earth.
Oh yeah,
maybe
that's probably what it was. Daryl found the spaceship 300 feet below the surface. Daryl used a subversive craft and specialized breathing gear to get to this depth. He was originally looking for the 16th century English ships
I
relating
think
to Sir
that's what it
Francis Drake.
was.
Daryl
Maybe
believes that the
turn it
object
down
was
more.
not man-made, and due to the incredibly thick layer of coral on the ship, it may have been laying there for possibly thousands of years. Here's a statement from Daryl. Certainly nothing I've ever seen based on my experience, and I have years of experience at doing this. We've identified multiple different types of shipwreck material. This doesn't match or look anything like that. And then Jackson's got some pictures here.
Doesn't look like I mean, it just looks like a coral bed to me, but I'm assuming Daryl's the expert and he's been there. Maybe it looks different in person. But yeah, it just looks like coral to me.
Yep, that does just look like coral.
I mean, but to be fair,
That's what they want you to look. If they're willing to be a butterfly, I think they're willing to be some coral.
That is
okay?
true, yeah.
Yeah, I guess their designs would be really foreign to us, but it'd be very weird if they're powered by like gas and like they need like a chimney to pump the gas
wasn't
out.
it. The fuck is noise?
They need to pump alien gas out. That's what it's for.
When you think of UFOs, you don't think of like exhaust pipes or anything like that. But like,
that's
to
definitely
the
not
benefit of
it.
the doubt, because I
still
want to be
hear it.
conspiratorial, like if a UFO did crash in the ocean and it was there for thousands
so
of years,
confused.
I guess that's what it would look like with coral growing all over it, and you would be barely able to tell what's underneath the coral because of thousands of years of growth.
Now you're thinking right.
Okay, I like that. Yeah.
The legend of Atlantis
Maybe.
began thousands of years ago in the written works of Plato. It is an intriguing mystery, and the
Sound
story its
traffic,
founders, half
world
god and half man, the
sound.
city being a proverbial
I don't think
utopia
it's
before it
that.
crumbled and sunk into the
Ambient
depth of the ocean
sounds.
forever. The theory of Atlantis is not unique to the Bermuda
Nature.
Triangle. Charles Orser, a curator of history at the New York State Museum, has said, pick a spot on the map, and someone has said that Atlantis was there. But the strangeness surrounding the Bermuda Triangle lead many to believe that Atlantis existed there and crashed into its depths. This has mainly come from previously mentioned book by Charles Berlitz, who has said that Atlantis, the eighth continent, was swallowed up by the Bermuda Triangle. Those who believe Charles support his theory that what is called Bimini Road, also known as Bimini Wall, an underground rock formation just under a kilometer long, the strangely uniform rocks make it appear to be a pavement under the water. There's no other evidence supporting the Atlantis theory, and the Atlantis theory also does very little to explain why planes and ships keep disappearing in the Bermuda Triangle in the first place, unless the Atlanteans are very protective of their region.
Yeah, they've got anti-air cannons down there or something, taking down all these planes.
Yep. And then that's really just a listening hub for
flag,
Hollow Earth and all the Germans that made it down there after World War II, and they're still mad. That's why they keep shooting down American ships.
Yeah,
I
they
do
still
have
World
a
War II
flag
down
on
there in
my
Atlantis.
Never let the fire die.
Looks like
fight the good fight. And then there's a picture here of the Bimini Road.
it's more when I turn. I was thinking that's why
that's
it
what
was
they got from this,
tires,
is like a
but it's
road.
not.
That's all that's left of Atlantis. Is
So confused.
Giant vehicles.
Oh yeah, they had giant underground water tanks. It kind of that idea reminds me of how Atlantis was portrayed in Aquaman. I think that was Atlantis, right?
Yeah.
The most recent ones. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, if Atlantis is gonna be anywhere, I'm gonna put my foot down. It's in the Bermuda Triangle, if it's anywhere.
I don't see that's always bothered me because Plato wrote about it, and it's an exclusively like Greek thing. So wouldn't it be over near like the Mediterranean, or like at least off the coast?
No, Plato.
You know?
Plato holidayed in the Caribbean all the time, my dude.
You're right.
He was constantly out there. He had a sick tan.
And the aliens sunk it. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? What a fool I've been.
Yeah.
I have to figure this out. Oh my god.
So this is about
insane.
wormholes and space anomalies. It's something I'm a preeminent expert on. Bruce Jernan didn't believe in any space and time travel until something unexplainable happened to him in 1970.
It's not the terrible.
Story goes, he was flying with his dad on route on a route they had flown before. When just after takeoff, he noticed an elliptical cloud that was lower than he had seen. That was lower than he had seen one before. They kept in contact with Miami Flight Service, who had told them that the weather was good. They decided to press on. As they continued to climb in altitude, they noticed that so did the cloud. Suddenly, it engulfed their plane. They climbed in and out of the cloud for around 10 minutes before they broke free. The sky in front was clear, but when Bruce looked behind, the cloud was now a strange shape, like a giant semicircle around the plane, which continued beyond what he could see. They continued, and another cloud formed in front of them, bigger than before. Entering the cloud, it immediately became pitch black, and there was no visibility for around 5 minutes.
It was.
He witnessed bright white lights.
5 miles.
Oh, 5 miles. Right. 5 miles. He witnessed He witnessed bright white lights flashing, but it wasn't lightning. And the further they went, the flashes became more and more intense. It's possible that this was a natural phenomenon known as St. Elmo's fire, which is a reproducible and demonstrable form of plasma. This occurs around some aeroplanes and is created from an atmospheric electric cloud. They ended up taking a turn and heading south out of the cloud. They thought they might have been able to fly around the cloud, but they quickly realized that it surrounded them. After a few miles of flying, they noticed a pathway opening to the west and turned to try and exit the cloud ring. Bruce said that the top and bottom path joined, creating a hole for them to exit through. They could see a bright blue sky on the other side. The hole was shrinking, so they increased their speed. They were in the tunnel for 20 seconds before making it to the other side, but they made it. Their electronics and magnetic navigation equipment were malfunctioning, and when they contacted Miami, a radar controller was unable to identify them anywhere in the area they appeared to be in, 45 miles southwest of Bimini. They had seen blue sky on the other end of the tunnel, but everything was a gray-white haze when they managed to escape the cloud. They could not see the ocean below them. Bruce called it an electrical fog, believing this was what was interfering with their equipment. He used his instincts to guide them back west. They were in the electrical fog for 3 minutes when the radar controller contacted them, saying they had their location directly above Miami Beach. When Bruce looked at his watch, he noticed they had been flying for less than 34 minutes.
Oh my god.
This perplexed him. The timing wasn't right. They should not be at Miami Beach yet. The fog around them split into strange long lines, thinning until they were completely gone. Then he saw it. Miami Beach right below them. The flight Bruce and his father took had taken around 47 minutes long. They had never made the same flight in less than 75 minutes previously.
At the roundabout,
how had they gotten there so quickly, especially with all the bizarre circumstances they flew through? And here's a statement from Bruce. It should have taken about 4 minutes to travel through the tunnel since it appeared between 10 and 15 miles long. Instead, this is precisely how long it took for us to leave the storm and reach clear skies. The remarkable thing is that we did not come out of the storm 90 miles away from Miami as we should have. We traveled through 100 miles of space and 30 minutes of time in a little more than 3 minutes.
That's really cool.
He wrote a book called Bermuda Triangle Survivor, and it's this picture of a plane splitting through, like, like circular cloud portals.
It's like that's a wave, so it's not even true to his own story. I think it looks like a wave to me.
It does. It's supposed to be a cloud though.
Yeah,
but it definitely does look like a wave.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty cool story, right? Was it made to sell his book, or was it genuine? What do you guys think?
I think it was probably genuine. That playful little cloud transported him through space and time.
It's such a funny story.
I mean, not to that degree. I could see maybe like storm winds accelerating a plane, but not to that degree, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, tailwinds definitely contribute to a faster, like, jets.
But they would notice if they were going like 4 times as fast through a cloud.
I don't think you would ever make that kind of time, even with like the wind's assistance.
And I also feel like that would rip the plane apart.
Yeah, they would have, like, the G forces alone in that plane would have turned them to paste probably with that speed.
They're all sucked into the back of the chair. This little biplane,
Okay, here's another point. One of the
What's going
few
on
points
here?
against
We're in
the
a
theory.
fucking-
Why the fuck would there be a wormhole designed only to travel you 3 minutes
by Miami.
distance? Yeah, like
It's the
shortest-
Miami
these things
wormhole.
are-
To get you in and out of Miami quicker, of course.
Why did I just come here?
Wormholes
What
are
do you
designed to
mean?
like bridge distances between galaxies, and the aliens are using it to go from the Keys to like Miami.
You know,
Wait,
it
there's
would be
nothing.
funny. It would be funny. So like, there's all that stuff about
What
like
is happening?
HAARP, government weather control, that they like are trying to manipulate clouds and stuff like that. If the way they tested it was just like screwing with random pilots, like let's shave 30 minutes off their flight and see if they notice. They're just doing that sporadically. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, I love the story. It's hilarious. Potentially drug related. I feel like they were hotboxing that bitch. Those weren't clouds on the outside.
Bro, hotboxing a plane with your boys has to be a vibe. Like, just gone in the clouds.
Yeah, just having
The
a
Bermuda
grand
Triangle
time.
is a
Isn't that it?
preeminent
Why
drug
did it
spot.
bring me
People
here?
go there to just blast off.
It's true.
Fucking awesome.
Is it the
alright, so then
other
there's a few
one?
other
Is
like
that another-
really weird stuff around the Bermuda Triangle. One is the methane bubbles. Huge craters were discovered in 2016 by researchers from the Arctic University of Norway, which is pretty far away from Bermuda. And they shared that these were probably caused by underwater deposits of methane. Methane is a highly flammable, colorless, and odorless gas and can cause massive eruptions. Many have latched onto this idea that methane deposits may have caused the shipwrecks in the Bermuda Triangle. The theory gained so much traction that the researchers themselves had to come out and make a statement that they were in no way making any links to the Bermuda Triangle. That's always my favorite, is when conspiracy theorists hound scientists just trying to do like research and stuff to get them to comment on their conspiracy theories, and then the scientists actually having to comment on it. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a potential answer for some of the I mean, not really.
I get it.
don't
I
think so.
see.
Yeah, I don't think it's too connected. But
Where are we
regardless,
at here?
there's methane down there. Another one, the hexagonal clouds. These are there are the theories that clouds that hang around the Bermuda Triangle are like air bombs, which could be strong enough to sink ships and strike down planes. Satellite imagery has shown unusual hexagonal-shaped cloud formations above the Bermuda Triangle. We've got that picture on screen right now showing it, which, according to meteorologist Dr. Randy Cerveny, they're formed by microbursts and blasts of air, which microbursts are like extremely dangerous to airplanes, so that is actually a possibility. They like shoot planes down, basically, just like these very heavy condensations of air that like force planes down. These blasts can be incredibly powerful, reaching up to 170 miles per hour, which could possibly be capable of causing irreparable damage to ships and planes. Which, yeah, I mean, that's
we outta here.
a potential more believable than the methane bubbles anyway, in terms of something that could cause planes to come down.
In every strange story within the Bermuda Triangle, compasses and electronic equipment malfunction. It has been reported that compasses point to the true north instead of the magnetic north. These strange magnetic anomalies have caused theorists to believe this is how many have disappeared in the area. Wait, the whole thing about they point to the true north. Is that saying there's a north that isn't actually like our north? Is that what that's saying?
Well, I think so, because the magnetic
It points past the Great Ice Wall to the greater Thule and lands beyond time.
Get ready.
So
to
how
burn
compasses
bright.
work, right, is like there's magnetic fields around the Earth, and the
Right,
compasses
right.
point to those magnetic fields, which is magnetic north. But then there is a true north, I think, and then they're saying when you're in the Bermuda Triangle, compasses start to point to the true north.
I see. Okay. The Bermuda Triangle is also the home of unruly weather. It is known to be unpredictable, sudden storms, hurricanes, waterspouts, and more forming quickly. The sudden weather patterns can be violent and severe, making it difficult to navigate through and can cause reduced visibility. This also causes extreme rogue waves, which have been documented in the Bermuda Triangle. They're incredibly large and can pose extreme damage to ships, even causing capsizing or sinking.
So rogue waves are like they're like the tidal, they're like tsunamis, like what you imagine tsunamis are. Like tsunamis, when they come to the coastline, it's like more like flooding. Basically, you have this like mental image of a giant wave. Then tsunamis on the coastline aren't really that. It's like an inundation of water pouring over the land, just a lot of like displacement of water. I mean, waves can get pretty big, but it's mostly just like a displacement of water. Rogue waves, on the other hand, are those enormous, colossal, fucking enormous waves out in the like the deep ocean that are just.
It looks like a skyscraper
mountain
coming at you. Yeah,
They
it's
look
terrifying.
unreal, like straight out of like a movie, like Day After Tomorrow or something.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, remember the planet Interstellar, where it's just the
yeah.
mountains in the distance? It's like, it's incredible. And you see like these really cool videos of like, not cruise ships, but like cargo ships from the interior deck as they go over these rogue waves and such. And it's just breathtaking. Like some of the wildest shit I've ever seen captured. Very, very scary. They're quite rare, but yeah, they're a thing that happens in the Bermuda Triangle quite often, apparently. Not sure why.
I'll take her home with the truth. Aliens, Atlantis, crazy phenomenons, the Bermuda Triangle is a notorious area of mystery and intrigue and has been for a long time. The sensationalized theories around the patch of sea have blown up to such a state that many take fiction for fact. So what is the truth? In 2017, Australian scientist Carl Kruzelnicki solved the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, and there was no mystery in the first place. Everything could fall under human error, bad weather, and heavy traffic flow. Realistically, the area dubbed Bermuda Triangle is a busy area for ships and planes to go through, and the amount of incidents and disappearances is comparatively similar to the rest of the world. He offered plausible theories to many of the events discussed. And are the hexagonal-shaped clouds really behind the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle? No. While weird, they are not uncommon. They can occur when cold and dry air combine over warm water, and these patterns happen everywhere. This is what I remember when I looked into this. It was just, this is such a common route that obviously there's going to be a lot of problems there, especially when it is like unruly. So it's not like that mysterious.
It's a path from the east coast of America. So it's like a popular travel route for like cargo ships and stuff, as well as like
route. Yeah.
Planes. So very obviously things are going to go wrong sometimes there. And like Carl says, the Australian scientist, the numbers of crashes and stuff that happen there
aren't higher than anywhere else.
Yeah, in fact, they might even be lower, I think.
It's just because where you have such congested traffic's where you're going to have the most accidents.
Yeah, you'll see right now in this next paragraph.
Highlighted by Johnny Harris in the video, what's really happening in the Bermuda Triangle? The Bermuda Triangle isn't even in the top 10 of the dangerous ocean regions in the world. He also reached out to Lloyd's List for data regarding casualties and incidents on the ocean, where he learned that only 0.02% of the boats that passed through the Bermuda Triangle area had accidents, which was 90 times lower than the global average.
So the Bermuda Triangle might actually be the safest route possible. It's actually the safest area in the ocean. Maybe that's what it is, like a super safe area. Go through it.
And they're trying to keep people away from it so they can have the safety to themselves.
Yeah.
That's true. Now you're thinking. There you go. That's a spirit.
The Atlanteans are trying very hard to safekeep that people's journeys through the Bermuda Triangle.
Lloyds of London have repeatedly insisted that the Bermuda Triangle is unremarkable and that there are no more losses or disappearances in that area than everywhere else. These are just as many losses as in other wide expanses of the ocean, which was said by a spokesperson back in 1997.
Wait, is this the same insurance company that did the ship back in the 1800s?
They're everywhere with the Bermuda Triangle.
All right.
Everywhere
They're
in the
covering
research.
up. There's no way. They're
Yeah,
covering
they
up
own the Bermuda
accidents.
Triangle.
There's actually 90 times as many accidents there as everywhere else. Yeah.
And it's
what the
you
heck?
can't trust the insurance companies. I'm telling you, they're hiding something.
Rule number one. See, rule number one of the red thread.
And they're old money as well. They're from like the 1500s. This Lloyd's has been
And
around
then
forever.
exit
I don't trust them.
It's like the East Indian Trade Company. It's like
Yeah. I actually, before this research, I had never heard of them before. And then when we were researching the Bermuda Triangle, they came up constantly. I was like, what the fuck is going on with Lloyd's? Why are they an expert on the Bermuda Triangle?
The Bermuda Triangle is often associated with compass malfunctions because it's one of the few places on Earth where a compass points to true north instead of magnetic north. However, the agonic line, marking where true north and magnetic north align, has shifted away from the triangle. While in the past this alignment may have caused navigation issues, it no longer passes through the area. This is a natural and explainable phenomenon.
Yeah, so the magnetic lines of the Earth or whatever shift over time, so compasses now work in the Bermuda Triangle. So it's lost that charming feature. Now you can travel there with your compass in hand and still be fine.
Experienced navigators compensate for magnetic declination, the difference between true north and magnetic north, and most incidents in the Bermuda Triangle can be attributed to human error rather than compass malfunctions. The area's reputation for mysterious disappearances likely stem from a combination of sensationalism and natural risks associated with navigating busy shipping lanes and air routes. And back to the video by History on the clip of the strange lights off Miami. They show that the video appeared to be edited, highlighting that all stories and situations stemming from this Bermuda Triangle are likely fabricated or blown out of proportion due to the very nature of the mystery that the writers created. Apart from the UFO, that shit is real.
Yeah, the butterfly UFO, that had to be real.
That's kind of irrefutable.
Yeah, you can't dismiss the UFO, baby.
Absolutely real, no question at all.
Everything else fair. I mean, all right. I'm also gonna throw in the ghost ship. I believe that shit happened. That ship was haunted.
I think that's like somewhat possible too, especially during that time period. There's definitely something that could be true there, I guess.
Well, true that it actually happened, or true that ghosts took over.
No.
True that there was a ship that got abandoned. Yeah.
Yeah, I just find it. I mean, Lloyd's covered for it. They said no, actually, no one died.
Yeah, but that's Lloyd, and we know what to think of Lloyd unofficially because they probably have 8 bajillion lawyers as a joke in Minecraft. Yeah, we know what to think of them. We know what they're up to.
And then exit right.
This was kind of like a montage of some very interesting cases. I actually really enjoyed researching this one because it was so varied. I had a lot of fun with a lot of them there. And the Marine Sulphur Queen transporting lava, loved that. There was the whole ghost story, which was really cool.
This is also one of the most classic like conspiracy theory creepy stuff ever. Yeah.
This one's classic.
Have you guys heard any of like deeper conspiracies around the Bermuda Triangle that I didn't cover?
Yeah, I've heard that it's like a place that there's like government testing and stuff like that, and if a ship sees something they're not supposed to, they get shot down. I've heard that kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like the US government doing that off the shore of one of their most popular ports is probably the wrong idea. Like, surely that would have to be.
We'll put our super secret base next to Miami. They'll never be there. Yeah.
And right next to our like what was historically like, you know, an opponent to the US in Cuba.
That's why they're doing all their wormhole travel, of course. What else?
That's what Biden needs to run on, infrastructure improvements via wormholes. I mean, that's obvious. Come on.
I think it was just my childhood brain combining different stuff without realizing there was a difference. But I feel like there was some piece of media I watched that attributed Amelia Earhart to the Bermuda Triangle, which doesn't make any sense because she crashed in the Pacific.
Yeah,
but I feel like I saw something that was like flying through, messed with her stuff or something.
Yeah. Actually, I remember that now too. Now that you bring it up, I do 100% remember that. Yeah, and that is one of the mysteries there. Radio transmissions indicated that the instructor got lost when compasses malfunctioned over the Bermuda Triangle.
But she crashed in the Pacific Ocean, didn't she?
Well, the idea is that because her whole idea was to circumnavigate the globe. So it's like as she flew through the Bermuda Triangle, that's where she lost her
caught
navigation
a virus,
and got lost.
And they're all,
she got the Bermuda virus.
Yeah, there also is directly some theories that say that it's a lie she crashed in the Pacific. Saying that she actually crashed in the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, really? I haven't heard that before. Interesting.
Well,
but the government was like, she actually crashed in the Pacific. You're safe to travel through the Bermuda Triangle. Was it a cover-up? Is that what you're saying?
I guess.
I see.
I'm just now seeing these. It's not what I believe.
Alright, I guess we can wrap this up with what do you guys believe?
Uninteresting block of the ocean. It's apparently super safe, actually. So, not scary, not mysterious.
Statistically, if you're ever going to travel anywhere across the ocean, make sure it's through the Bermuda Triangle because you will have a pleasant time, statistically speaking. Yeah, I mean, same. No. I wish there was more information about the ghost ship because I love that part the most.
Yeah, the ghost ship's super cool. I think, you know, maybe early on in like aviation and stuff, there was an issue with, you know, maybe how some of the equipment works, that passing through an area that did use stab magnet.
Yeah, I mean, same. Yeah.
All you can think about, innate misery. A person behind you sputters out a innate misery. A person behind you sputters out a raspy, rattling cough. A baby cries loudly somewhere in the distance, and you feel pity for the people closer to the unending noise. The air is so dry, and all you can think about is that you're surrounded by at least 100 other people suffering the same existence, just sitting alone, together in a cramped tube full of other people's farts. It's not a thought you want to have, so you attempt to push it from your mind. Your seatmate nudges you, not with intent, but with the careless shuffling of a person similarly stuck in a cramped seat.
Here we go.
Your other seatmate, an elderly old man, snores. A friendly but overworked voice seizes your attention. Would you care for a drink? What are the options? Well, we have lukewarm water or deflated soda. I guess I'll have the soda. That'll be $7.99, hun. Never mind. I'll just take the water. She hands you the water in a small plastic cup. You can't help but think about how man's greatest and arguably most impressive invention has fallen victim to the throes of capitalistic greed. Here you are in the sky, hurtling at speeds and heights that would literally be inconceivable to a medieval farmer, and all you can think about is how unpleasant the experience is. Desperate for some form of mental relief, you come across one such saving grace. It could be worse. You could be flying in a Boeing. Relief washes over you, knowing that, as unenjoyable the experience may be, at least you're safe.
Oh my god.
And this is the Red Thread. Welcome, everyone. Charlie, good job. That was a fantastic reading. You did great there.
Yeah, that came from the heart. That was passionate fear, since I have a phobia of flying.
Did a plane kill your family or something, Jackson? That was so... No. Every word of that was furious.
It was filled with intent. Well, but yeah, we're going to get into it in this episode, but Boeing has quite the reputation currently for killing people's families, so I channeled that. But yes, this is the Red Thread. Welcome. I'm joined by Isaiah and Charlie as per usual, and we're grouped up here to investigate a topic that's currently developing as we speak, really. Like, this is the most current Red Thread episode that we'll probably ever record since the stuff we're going to be talking about happened last week, I think.
Unless
it was 2 weeks ago, yeah.
unless someone important gets assassinated, well, I guess like within less than 2 weeks, because that's pretty much what we're talking about today, then yes, this is definitely the most timely Red Thread episode.
Yeah. So this episode is about the Boeing assassination controversy, which, if you've been keeping up with aviation and assassination news, happened a few weeks ago. So we're going to explore Boeing as a company, dig into the 737 MAX disaster, and also the assassination attempt. Well, it wasn't an attempt. The assassination of a whistleblower who dared to speak out about the Boeing mismanagement and corruption that led to the 737 MAX disasters.
It's worth mentioning, it's not confirmed he's been assassinated. It just seems very likely that he was by Boeing.
Yeah, but this is the Red Thread. We gotta, like, you know, build it up at the start.
That was just for legal matters.
Jackson's really brave being in Australia and all that, so I'm gonna clarify, everything that I say in this episode has a big legend and theoretically over it. And every word that is written.
Do you know how planes
Jackson's
work? Do you know how planes work? They can travel here. That's how planes work. They literally have the means to come here and assassinate me.
Wait, you guys have airports over there? I thought you just had like kangaroos and spiders. You got airports there?
They land in a dirt strip out in the outback, and then they have to drive all the way here.
I imagined that like the way that you're doing this Discord call right now is you have like a hamster on a wheel that's powering like a generator to get your PC running. Like, that's just how I assumed all you all live.
We only got internet in like 2010, realistically. Like, actually, like, internet that was usable, so you're not even that far off.
See, what did I say?
So before we begin, a big thank you to the sponsors for this episode of the show. You'll hear more from them in the future, and also a quick mention that we're on audio platforms. You can listen. You can listen to this episode from inside a Boeing plane if you're feeling brave enough. If you download the show on Spotify, if you do that, feel free to send some pictures to us, because I would get a hearty giggle out of that. That'd probably be pretty funny. And finally, this is a developing topic, so if you want to follow the sources and information that we currently have access to, because I'm sure there'll be more information that comes out over time, there's a link as per usual to the show notes in the description, so you can read along with us and make sure that you're seeing the information that we're seeing, basically. And I guess that's also a quick note, because it's a current developing story. There may be things that change over time that aren't as accurate as they were at the time of this recording, especially to do with the assassination. So just keep that in mind. We might have to do a follow-up in the future to clear up some changes or additional information that comes out. But everything that's here is pretty, accurate to what we have right now. The information that we have available to us. So. How much do you guys know? Charlie, I'm sure you know a lot about this case.
Good about. Yep.
You've been following it closely. Have you been following it exclusively to validate your own fears about flying? Is that why?
No, it's just pretty interesting regardless. Even if I wasn't afraid of flying before, I would be now, with all of the information that's coming out about Boeing and like putting scrap metal on their planes just to meet production deadlines, and then the whistleblower who's finally going to try and hold them accountable for this kind of horrible, dangerous practice getting mysteriously overcome with the desire to unalive himself in a hotel parking lot. Like, the whole story is just a head scratcher. Like, it is a very scary, compelling piece, especially because it's something that is so prevalent in society with aviation. So even if I wasn't afraid of flying, I would be paying attention to this. Yes. Very vindicated, and I say it every time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because every time that we bring up flying, I was also someone who was pretty terrified of flying originally, but just through exposure therapy, I guess I've gotten used to it. But like with you, you've maintained your fear for the last 20, 30 years, and everyone's always telling you, air travel is the safest form of travel possible, Charlie.
Yeah, so I hear it all the time.
I'm sure you're feeling some level of vindication at the moment.
I'm sure it does have the lowest amount of injuries, because typically...
It does.
It's undeniable that it is actually the safest form of travel.
I was making a joke that typically if there's a plane crash, there's not a lot of injured people afterwards.
Oh, right. Just death, yeah. No, but it is like that stat is true, obviously, because the raw amount of flights per day. I think it's like 100,000 flights per day, and like maybe there's a handful of crashes a year, and that rate has been declining over time. So it is technically the safest form of travel, but again, when you've got a fear like Charlie's, and also the understanding that if it does crash, you're just gonna die. Like there's no injuries, as you said. Usually, it's always just death. When all that adds up, then those stats are pretty meaningless when it comes to the fear itself.
Yeah.
So I can see why you're feeling vindicated. Isaiah, how about you?
This entire episode was Charlie's idea. I, for one, love the military-industrial complex, and wish no ill will on Boeing or any other. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so this is the first topic we've covered that I don't know much about going into it. Everything else we've covered, I've at least done like surface level research, but this one I'm flying blind. So I'm excited to be the victim of the insanity this time. I'm ready for Charlie to convince me to be equally as paranoid about planes as he is.
I was gonna ask, do you have any kind of fear about flying or anything?
I think I'm in the same boat you are, Jackson. Like, I used to be afraid of it, like the first few times, but now I've flown so much that I don't really think about it.
Yeah.
But I can be swayed to become worse, so we'll see what happens.
I'll make you worse.
Thank you.
I still get nervous on like flights, but it usually subsists pretty quickly, and just through action of like multiple 20-hour plus flights, I've just gotten used to it, I think.
Charlie, I would have imagined that you've flown a lot.
I've flown a good handful of times, but it's always a nerve-wracking, anxiety-inducing, miserable experience. Yeah.
Gotcha. It just doesn't get better. Okay. I see.
It doesn't. Yeah, it has not gotten better, and I've flown quite a bit.
How did you develop the fear in the first place?
I don't know. I've as far back as I can remember, I've always been afraid. Like, do you guys remember the movie Flight of the Phoenix?
No.
Okay, one for two there. Flight of the Phoenix was a movie about a plane like crashing in the desert, and I remember when that movie came out, I was afraid of flying then, and I was like 7 years old when that movie came out, so I feel like I was just kind of born with it.
So let's talk about Boeing itself, the star of this episode. Boeing is a company that was founded in 1916 in Washington by William E. Boeing, cool name, originally called the Aero Products Company, but they then changed their name to the famous name that we now just associate with aircraft. Like Boeing, who thinks about Airbus really? Whenever you think about like an aircraft manufacturer, it has always just been Boeing, right? It's just like the most famous name in aircraft manufacturing. William Boeing famously viewed his company as a bold forward presence in the aviation market, and he piloted the company to also begin selling aircrafts to deliver mail across America, and then after the war, shaping the business to manufacture and sell airlines designed for commercial use. So they were one of the first companies or first manufacturers of aircraft to really pivot from like the small scale stuff, small scale aviation and military aviation, to actual commercial, like transportation basically. So they really set the stage for what aviation would become. And this quote from William Boeing says it all really. We, quote, "We are embarked as pioneers upon a new science and industry in which our problems are so new and unusual that it behooves no one to," this was a time period where people were still using behooves, by the way. "Unusual that it behooves no one to dismiss any novel idea with the statement that it can't be done." William Boeing, 1928. So by all accounts, William Boeing was like very invested in just like the mechanical ingenuity of, or excitement of, aircraft.
People don't look like this anymore either. The picture of William Boeing, he's got like the old-timey, almost Hitler-esque look to him.
That's an unfortunate description of him.
I'm thankful that Hitler ruined only that kind of mustache, because it would have been very easy for him to ruin a cool one, right?
Oh yeah, imagine if he had like just a full like beard like you guys do.
That would have sucked a lot. Or if he had like a goatee or something. I was like, well, great, now I can't do that anymore. He did ruin, like, Hugo Boss, the guy who made like the outfits for the officers. He ruined putting officers in leather coats. That was a cool idea. You can never do that again.
That's true. That will always be associated with that.
Yeah,
it's
but
so
at least he didn't get a
painful
cool mustache.
Because they did have, like, in terms of their outfits and shit, they did have style. Like I like.
Yeah, they have like the best fashion designers in the world make
Yeah.
it, because that's what they chose to spend money on.
It's unfortunate. So yeah, with the vision of carrying passengers from one side of the country to the other in a single flight, the company began to shift to turbojets instead of propellers. Remember when planes used to be, operated by propeller instead of turbojet? Airlines were unsure of the move, but 20 years later, the 707 rolled out and into service with Pan American Airlines. The public were amazed by the ability to fly coast to coast in a short period of time, and the orders for the planes erupted. And then the popularity snowballed into the progression of the original 737, which is, I think, still the most bought and most popular jet airplane ever made. I think most airlines operate a bunch of 737s, and it's still used to this day. And it released back in 1964, so this plane's been around for a minute. And then they created the 747 in 1969, which is the queen of the skies, which is that one with the plane with the hump at the front, kind of like the double-decker plane. Very, very cool plane. And so during this time period, business was booming. Thousands of Boeing planes flew through the sky, and the public saw them as a trusted company in the aircraft world, even coining the term, "If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going," which is just fantastic. That's just such a lovely little saying.
The kind of guy who walks into an airport saying that. Like, very passionate about it, like a sports team.
I can't imagine people actually cared much about that back then. Like, I think they would have just been amazed at flying in general.
When
check
it
the ticket
first,
to see it's a Boeing plane.
When the turbojet first came out, I could imagine that being something to get hype about, right? Because air travel goes from you could get from like New York to California in like 5 hours, where it used to take like a day, right?
Yeah.
So I get that, but
no, I get the excitement of the turbojet itself, but not like Boeing, the Boeing company, like being like, holy shit, I'm flying on a Boeing, fuck yeah. Like,
let's go.
Yeah. I don't know, but I guess it speaks to their reputation at the time as like a very innovative company and a very engineering focused company, which is from all accounts what they were at the time.
Which airline was it that began to have competitions of whoever could dress the best for their planes? You know what I'm talking about?
Who was that?
I don't remember that at all.
One of them, when they started out, like in the 70s or 80s, there was a thing that whoever was the best dressed got their ticket refunded. So that encouraged people to show up to the flight wearing like business suits and stuff. So other people saw that and assumed only imported people flew on that airline. So everyone tried to get in on that airline.
Wow, that's a really cool tactic, because you're right, like turbojets, especially at the time period, they commanded quite a high ticket price. They were seen as like kind of like a first class flight. I'm not sure who that would have been. Maybe Pan Am.
Pan Am. Yeah, that sounds right.
It could be one of them. I'll find it eventually. But yeah, I only mentioned that to say, like, back when planes were kicking up and like airlines were starting, everyone had these cute little tricks, or like, if it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Like, it was a very different vibe than what airports are now. So.
Well, like I said, air travel in general back then had this mystique of like upper class kind of reputation, whereas now it's like we're all crammed in a tube and we get like fucking peanuts for like $10 to satisfy us. You see the old photos on those old planes where the entire cabin looks like first class, and they like bring out lobster to you and shit like that.
Oh, I remember those. Yeah, like the meals they used to serve were really high quality stuff.
Yeah, and now you'd be lucky if you get like a ham sandwich on an 8-hour flight. It's so good.
We used to be a decent country.
It's kind of like late stage capitalism for an industry.
Remember what they took from you.
Recently, though, news articles have read differently to the old saying, "If it ain't Boeing, it ain't going." I ain't going. I mean, that reputation has kind of been washed away, and instead we're left with a reputation of system problems, electrical issues, legal issues, and now even a whistleblower's somewhat mysterious death. So what has happened? Who wants to take a walk through memory lane?
I'll take a trip down that lane. So, 1997, Boeing acquired McDonnell Douglas, which is now often seen as a misaligned merger. The merger was worth over $13 billion. McDonnell Douglas had found it increasingly harder and harder to compete with Boeing and Airbus, lacking resources to be able to work on new product development. and this merger was Douglas's way out of the industry. At the time, Boeing had an engineering-first ethic which was quickly overpowered after this change by McDonnell Douglas's more profit, money-making mindset. So you can see where the holes start to show here. And this is something that even in recent articles is mentioned quite a bit.
Well, it was a massive merger at the time. McDonnell Douglas had a significantly different ethos and like organizational structure behind the scenes, which kind of explains probably why they were in trouble in the first place. Because Boeing,
you would think,
Boeing succeeded over them because they put technological innovation ahead of business in most senses. I mean, they were still a profitable business, don't get me wrong, but they definitely focused a lot on the engineering side of things, engineering excellence. And then somehow they merged with McDonnell Douglas, and McDonnell Douglas is the one that's steering the ship from then on. That has never made sense to me. Like, Boeing was the more profitable, more healthy company. And they kind of like saved McDonnell Douglas in a way by merging with them, and then McDonnell Douglas like kind of infects the company. It's never made sense to me.
I think it's just, I don't even think it's necessarily a product of the merger. It's a product of the time where everything became more profit driven. So McDonnell Douglas's like ethos of money making first probably is what was prevalent, not so much their structure.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So this is a very cool name. Harry Stonecipher, the Boeing CEO at the time of the merger.
Sounds like a Bond villain.
I know, it does sound like a Bond villain.
It's so cool. I love that name. I wish my last name was Stonecipher. It's so fucking sick.
That's
unfair.
An anime name. So he was determined to change the idea of the company from engineering firm to a proper business. Tens of thousands of jobs were cut, and Boeing moved from Seattle to Chicago in 2001. This was done to remove the Strategy Council of Business from being directly associated with other units of the company, thus allowing them to focus more on business decisions and long-term strategy plans without meddling from people actually building the planes. McDonnell Douglas's parasitic infestation of Boeing after the merger has resulted in people joking that McDonnell Douglas bought Boeing with Boeing's own money. 2 years after...
It's so funny because Boeing like paid a bunch of money for the merger, and then they basically just got taken over from the inside by McDonnell Douglas. I mean, I guess the people running Boeing at the time didn't care because they wanted more money as well. I guess that's the implication. Anyway.
2 years after the merger, Boeing was under threat. For the first time, Airbus had overtaken Boeing in the market, delivering 305 jets in 2003. Furthermore, they'd been quietly working on a new, more efficient plane, the A-32neo, with an innovative and brand new engine designed for more economic flights. Announced at the end of 2010, it had a significant fuel-efficient engine and sold 667 in just 1 week, which was more than the Boeing 737 had sold in the entirety of 2010. Boeing were unprepared and had nothing to compete with this. They were left scrambling to take back their share of the market. They had incorrectly assumed airlines wouldn't be interested in lower capacity but more fuel-efficient aircraft, and instead were investing directly into their fleet of larger aircraft. According to airline executive Gerald Arpey, they felt they needed to act more aggressively. Developing a new passenger plane could take a decade, which they didn't have. Boeing decided instead to update their now 44-year-old plane, the 737, with new fuel-efficient engines. This was announced in August 2011, the 737 MAX.
Yes.
The new engines were larger and heavier, so they had to be positioned farther forward on the plane, which changed how the air flowed around it. This actually resulted in the front of the plane tilting upwards in specific situations.
So these new engines, like the aerodynamics aspect of the engines, needed them to be placed further upwards onto the plane itself, which created, I think it's, I'm hazy on the details, but I think it creates drag, right? Something like that, which pulls the plane upwards because the air like moving around the engines kind of like lifts it and produces that tilt, which the engineers were obviously aware of, but this was the only way for the plane to work with these larger engines.
For the 737 to accommodate that kind of engine, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And these new engines were designed for this new economy, basically, where airlines were more interested in planes that could, circumnavigate the fluctuating fuel prices and stuff like that. So instead of investing in higher capacity aircraft, they instead retrofitted the 737s with these new engines that were capable of more flights between hubs, basically.
Yeah, fuel efficiency was king, so that's kind of why they came out with the 737 MAX. To counteract this issue, the tilting issue, Boeing created the Maneuvering Characteristic Augmentation System, or IMCAS, which is now an infamous system, which I'm sure we're going to talk about very soon. It's described as one of their biggest and most fatal mistakes. It was designed to be a flight stabilizing software that would automatically adjust the aircraft's flight controls under certain flight conditions, but Boeing refrained from telling many people about this system, including the pilots of the aircraft itself.
What could go wrong, right?
Whoa, what? They had a system that auto-adjusted the plane and the pilots didn't know about that?
They didn't put it in their guidebook.
No, this is, like I said, I didn't know about any of this going in.
Oh,
what?
Well, this is
the central aspect.
Yeah, this is separate from the whistleblower stuff. This was a huge thing back when the 737 MAX came out. So it wasn't even that they refrained from telling the pilots. So if I remember correctly, and Jackson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, they didn't want to waste money printing new manuals or giving the pilots new flight training, like new instruction on how to handle the MCAS system. So it completely flew under their radar. They didn't know anything about that system and what it would do.
Did they not think
it was less about the money from printing like new manuals or whatever. We'll get into it.
99 now.